Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular town council meeting for Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. Please rise for a moment of silence. The Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Allenson?
Here.
Counselor Carmody?
Here.
Counselor Fishbein?
Here.
Counselor Laffin? Counselor Marone?
Here.
Counselor Tata? Counselor Testa?
Here.
Counselor Zandri?
Here.
Counselor Cervoni?
Here. Can I get a motion on the consent agenda, please?
So move.
Can I get a second, please?
Second with 3L amended.
Okay, duly noted that the minutes under 3L are amended, so the motion on the consent agenda is 3L as amended. And can we have that second again?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Counselor Tata.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll be abstaining from
Okay. Noting the abstention from item 3K, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda passes. On to item 4. There are no items removed from the consent agenda. Item 5, public question and answer period. Mr. Gross.
Bob Gross, Long Hill Road. Through the chair to the mayor.
Yes.
Question is, a few weeks ago, Mr. Mayor, I asked about the trashed energy plant and the transfer station. You said there was some arbitration or some court case on it and there was a settlement. You didn't know what the settlement was. The settlement's a little over, around $200,000. Where did that money go?
The money is held as part of our CRA funds. We'll have to check on it. This was a couple of years ago.
Was the council ever made aware of it?
Yes, they had to approve the settlement. It was an arbitration. Okay, it was a mediation, and the council had to approve the results of it. Every one of the 5 towns had to approve it.
Well, I understand that 5 towns had to approve it, but
No, I'm talking about individually. Each town had to approve their portion of it by their governmental appropriate bodies.
just be interesting to see where the money went and if the council had any say in it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Noting none, I close the public question and answer period. We are actually going to jump ahead to item 7 first, which is discussion, possible action regarding the tentative agreement with Wallingford Public Schools and the Connecticut Healthcare Association, District 1199, National Union of Hospital and Healthcare Employees, School Nurses. The contract is July 1, 22 to June 30th, 25. Our representatives from the Board of Education, if you could please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, go
Go ahead.
first.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, Tammy Raccio, Board of Ed Chair.
Good evening, Danielle Belizzi, Wallingford Public Schools, Superintendent.
Good evening, Dominic Barone, Business Manager. Good evening, Fran Thompson, Assistant Superintendent of Personnel.
Thank you. If someone can just give us a summary of the contract.
So thank you for the opportunity to present this to you. We've just have a negotiated contract with our school nurses union The 13-member union went into negotiations this year for a 3-year contract, retroactive from July 1st, 2022 till June 30th, 2025. I want to thank Mr. Votto, Mrs. Kathy Castelli, Mr. Rajan Daring, who are our Board of Education members on the committee, on the negotiating committee. And the primary of note for this contract really is the wages. We have over the 3 years in the contract, a 2.25 general wage increase this year with no step increase. Next year, we have a 2.25 general wage increase for our top step nurses and a 2% GWI for those below the top step, in addition to a step increase. And we've also eliminated the bottom step of the pay scale. And in the third year, a 2.25 general wage increase for the top step only, and only a step increase, no GWI for everybody else. It comes out to a 9.8% increase over the life of the 3-year contract. In terms of the insurance, it's basically the same as it has been this year, not a lot of increases, except that in the last year of the contract, we're changing the HSA annual contribution for individuals and families from 50% from deductible from the Board of Ed to $1,000 and $2,000, which is in line with our other bargaining units. And the HSA premium cost share for the members goes up to, in the third year, 0.5%. In addition to that, just 3 other items. The uniform allowance for our nurses goes to $400. It's currently $300. And 2 new areas in the contract for those nurses who hope to attend professional conferences. The board will allow 2 nurses to attend a conference, and she'll reimburse the nurses for the cost of attendance and travel, subject to the approval of the superintendent. And lastly, as in line with other units, we have a sick leave donation bank for this bargaining unit in the event of a catastrophic illness, which follows the same protocols as the other units.
Thank you. Questions from the council? I see none. Questions or comments from the public? Okay, and am I correct to understand that this contract will take effect if we take no action to stop it in a certain number of days?
30 days, I believe, right?
Okay, and you don't need action from us at this point?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Fishbein?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just rolling back on item 3K, which was on the consent agenda, for the record, I'm recusing myself from the Tee It Up application and the parent and parent application. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you could note those abstentions for the record. Thank you. All right, going back to item 6. I hereby convene the public hearing for the $2 million appropriation and bond authorization for the Mark T. Sheehan High School Athletic, Track, and Field Improvements Project. The ordinance, which is the subject of this public hearing, is available to the public and may be obtained at this meeting from the town clerk. Is there a motion and a second to read the title of the proposed ordinance and to waive the reading of the remainder of the ordinance, incorporating its full text into the minutes of this meeting?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilor Laffin, seconded by Councilor Allenson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. I'll read the title of the ordinance. An ordinance appropriating $2 million for the Mark T. Sheehan High School Athletic, Track, and Field Improvements and authorizing the issue of $2 million bonds of the town to meet said appropriation and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose. Public hearing is open. Are there any comments from the public?
Hi, Marla Roscoe for Royal Oak Lane. Thank you so much to the Town Council for allowing me to talk about an issue that I'm pretty passionate about, and it's the funding to replace this track and field at Sheehan. So I come here tonight as a physical therapist, so many of my patients that I see have sustained injuries into their youth that still ail them into their adulthood. And we know that when there's repetitive injuries, it's going to degrade joints at a much faster rate. So I truly do see this replacing of the track as a safety issue. And I know there's been some trepidation about whether or not this should be funded at this time because of the potential consolidation of one high school or two. I truly think it's two separate issues. This is absolutely about safety and something that we can do here and now. Even if there is a potential consolidation that's several years down the road, and our track and fields are at the end of their life now. And so although we can't mitigate all the risk when we are talking about student athletics, this is absolutely one of the risks that we can mitigate. And so I hope that when you cast your vote tonight, you are voting for safety and giving our children a really safe place to play. Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Ray Ross, 656 Center Street. I've been photographing sports teams on this field for a number of years now. And for the last 5 or 6 years, when the soccer ball is rolling down the field, you see a trail of dust in back of it. It is very dangerous. When the football players get tackled, their mouths are into this. I go home every day after an event, and I shake the rubber pellets out of my shoe. I have right now 2.5 gallons of rubber pellets after the past 2 years. This just has to be replaced. Thank you.
Mike Votto, 377 North Elm Street. I just want to reiterate what the last two speakers had to say. The safety factor is really number one, but if just to look at the practicality of a new field, right now, as Mr. Ross just stated, these little pebbles or whatever they are come off that field in droves. I have 2 grandsons and a granddaughter who play lacrosse on that team on field, what is it, field hockey, I think? I can't keep up with them all. When they get in my car afterwards, the whole back seat of the car, the floor is full of these little black things. Went to one game after a very big windstorm, I guess. I still can't understand how this happened. Every single part of the bleachers was filled with these little black things. Like, it looked like soot, but it was, that's what I thought it was originally. It's just falling apart, and it is becoming dangerous. But the other issue is if we can't use it anymore because it's too dangerous, where are these kids going to play? Right now, we sometimes have to vie for the field between Park and Rec and our own kids and our own teams. If we can't use it because it's not usable or safe anymore, where are they going to have to go to play these games? Are they going to have to go out of town to some other field somewhere? That means you have to have a bus bring them and pick them up. That costs more money. I mean, there's so many little things that go into this, and I just hope that you think about all these things when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melanie Risacci, 9 Platt Drive. I also wanted to speak about the turf. It really needs to be redone. Even if eventually the town decides to go to one high school, that are still facilities that need to be used. Kids are tearing their ACLs, multiple kids. They're breaking bones, they're breaking their feet, ankles. There's multiple injuries, and I'm sure those reports could be pulled from the school. It is all over. My son also plays both football and lacrosse, and that field comes home with him every single day. It is not an appropriate facility. It's needed to be replaced for probably 6 years, and it gets worse every single year. The track also has divots in the track, and it's dangerous. Both places are dangerous, and it really needs to be replaced. And other teams and towns, other teams use it as well. Youth and our kids deserve better, and it really needs to be replaced.
Thank you.
Mike Glidden, Pomeroy Avenue. I actually wanted to speak against this. I think this is poor budgeting. We're in the budget season. This should have been part of the budget. We should not be at bonding outside of our budget. My problem is that it wasn't part of the 6-year CIP capital improvement plan. This is similar to the police station where it just sat out there, and now we're bonding for another project. We're bonding for another project. We're putting more money, which in the end, the taxpayers will have to pay the debt services. The police station is a great example where that's $40 million that was not in your budget the previous year. It was not shown on any plans in the 6 years prior to that of this capital project coming forward. So you're doing zero capital planning, and in the end, we are suffering from the debt services that you are going to incur by these bonds, because eventually, we, the taxpayers, have to pay these bonds off. I would prefer, I know this is not a subject matter that the town council has control over this, but you spent a night here hearing about 1 or 2 high schools. I will agree it's 2 separate issues. However, facility planning and capital planning are the roles of this body. You should be planning this from a fiscal perspective. This is irresponsible of both the Board of Ed and the town council to be planning projects outside of the budget cycle. I'd prefer that you put a stop on this and say, listen, let's figure out first, for a facility planning perspective, what are we going to do long term? Secondly, from a bonding perspective, what about the other needs? Now, for example, about the telecommunication tower has to be moved. That's $1.5 million that'll be coming to you and another bond in the upcoming months. So once again, we're putting more and more money on our credit card, which we, all of us, pay for. There needs to be a stop. There needs to be responsible fiscal planning and no more this reactionary to every other meeting we add another bond. So I prefer that you stop, you go through the budgeting process that's in place and not this. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? There being none, I declare the public hearing closed. Is there a motion and a second that the proposed ordinance appropriating and authorizing bonds in the amount of $2 million for the Mark T. Sheehan High School athletic track and field improvements be adopted?
Yes, so moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Laffin, seconded by Councilor Allenson. Discussion from the council. Councilor Allenson.
I do agree that this is a matter of two different topics that we're discussing when we discuss consolidating high schools versus replacing this track and field. No matter what we do with the high schools, this track and field is going to be used for some level of town services, whether it's for recreation, whether we use it still for our high school teams. So I don't think that it's, I think that this is well within our responsibility. Additionally, on the Board of Ed side, we do have a pretty robust strategic plan. This has been on that strategic plan for quite some time since I was a Board of Ed member. So while I can agree that sometimes the lack of strategic plan from the town's perspective overall is problematic, and I don't necessarily disagree because I have asked as well for that information. I do think that this is something that needs to be addressed now, and knowing from sitting on Board of Ed that this has been part of the scope for quite some time, I do support it, as why I seconded the motion. And I did just want to point out those two things when we talk about, first of all, high school consolidation. It's not really something that's on the table. We get a lot of flack for our lack of maintenance in some areas of our town facilities and parks. I don't want this to become fodder for another debate in the future, especially not when we have a proven record, I would say track record, but no pun intended, where people are being injured and where we can visibly see the falling apart of this facility. So I do support this, and I did also want to say to the Board of Ed, thank you guys for being here, and thank you for having this on your strategic plan for as long as it has been, and maybe for administration or future administration, whoever's watching, maybe that's something that we could get a look at from a strategic planning perspective for the town in general. So thank you very much.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Senna. Sorry, I just have a question about the bonding. So the $2 million of bonds, I assume is this 20 years?
Yes.
Okay, and then do you know what the interest on that would be, or could you figure it while I ask my other questions? Maybe I'll come back to you.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. I'll move on and then I'll come back. Thank you. A question for the Board of Ed. So I know recently a lot of the NFL teams are switching back to grass because the turf fields they're finding have been a cause of injuries. From what I understand, they're now finding that the turf, I guess, a lot of knee injuries and ACL because your footing it's a firmer hold, so when the foot is kind of stuck in one way and the knee and the leg go the other way, they're seeing increased injuries. So I know a lot of the NFL teams, and I believe the NFL Players Union has been pushing to go back to grass for a lot of the fields. Is that anything that the board looked at or has studied at all before deciding to replace with turf again?
We've looked at that. You know, typically in high schools, the use is much more. You know, NFL, they're playing one game, probably multiple weeks. The amount of use that we have on our fields will not permit a grass field. We've tried it. We've put in a brand new field. 1 year later, it was hard as concrete. So there's kind of a misconception there. The artificial field will stay consistent through most of its life. It does degrade, but it's definitely safer than a natural field where the ground turns to, you know, basically it's as hard as concrete. Down the center of the field where most of the use is, it doesn't move at all. You can hit it, it's like hitting a rock.
Okay. And my next question, when you were presenting your budget a few weeks ago, I thought, and maybe I misunderstood, I thought that there was 1.8 million in bonding proposed, and that was for the Sheehan Field, but also a Lyman Hall softball field. Is that correct, or no? Okay, so that's a separate item, and that was not included in the 1.8.
Correct. The 1.8 is just for the track and the turf.
Okay.
The Sheehan softball field was separate, different number.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Senate, do you want me to come back to you now?
Yeah, so the 2 million included, we put in a little bit of contingency and bonding costs, is why that number's higher. And then 2 million times 3.5% is 70,000, and then it will go down each year. So, pay 100,000 in principal, the next one will be 66,000.
Okay. So over the course of the 20 years, do you have?
So you,
I'm sorry.
You have to give me a little more time if you want me to do it.
No problem. I have another question. So sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Yeah, obviously I do have a concern with doing this at this point, just with the school consolidation kind of in flux. I think I might have told some of you that earlier. I understand that if we were to not have Sheehan anymore, then we could use this track for other purposes. But I think then it also forces us to use that property because now it's similar, I'm looking at it like the VOAG building, where now we say, well, we have this, so we kind of have to use this property because we have this asset on it. So I just don't want to have to make a decision on that based upon having this. I'm stalling a little bit to give Mr. Senna a minute, so I don't really have any more questions, but we can come back to him later if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine. He can
Thank
just
you.
let us know when he's done calculating.
Thank you so much.
So, what's the life of the field that we're replacing? How long has it been there?
The existing field was installed around 2007. Typically, the turf will give you about 12 years. It's warranted for 8. The other components, all the under components, the drainage, the field, the track, the curbing, all that will last somewhere around 20 years. Typically, in the life of a stadium, you'll put new turf down at least twice, if not 3 times.
And I remember several years back hearing a concern that the turf field wasn't properly being maintained. Is that something we're addressing?
We'd like to maintain it more, but with the amount of use on it, it's very hard to get staff out there. We are talking to a vendor, which, by the way, the last time I looked into this, there were no vendors in the state that maintained artificial turf fields. Now there is a vendor, and they're willing to do it at night under the lights. So that's something that we will budget for in the future. I think it's well worth it because then we have documented maintenance, and we're not, typically we have 4 groundskeepers. Somebody will go down there to do it, and all of a sudden they're kicked off the field or they can't stay for whatever purpose. But typically during the day, during the school year, it's used every day. So it's tough, and we don't have double shifts or anything where we have night employees that can do this. I can offer it to my guys and see which one is the better deal. I believe our union staff could just as easily do this, but I do have to compare the costs there.
And if we are better at maintaining the field, can we enhance or extend its useful life?
Not really. A lot of the wear and tear on a field is environmental. It's exposed to sun, cold, wind, everything every day, and that's really what breaks it down more than anything. If you look closely at the field, you'll see that all the fibers are curled up. That isn't necessarily from use. That's more of an environmental issue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Senna, how are you making out?
Couple more minutes.
Okay. Councilor Testa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I'm going to go down memory lane a little bit here. I'm looking at a photograph from 2000. What year did you say we did this?
2007.
Oh, my Lord. All right, 2007, so don't make me do the math, but it was a while ago. I'm looking at a photograph of the groundbreaking for this facility. I see fairly new coach John Ferrazzi, Mary Fritz, Judy Sabaha, me, Ken Henrici, the superintendent at the time, the mayor, Charles Farley. Who was that again? Yeah, right, Tom Hennessy, chairman of the council, Board of Ed. Mr. Mayor, you and I, our hair was a lot darker. We looked really good. Anyway, the point is, I was really heavily involved in the decision-making and the push to get the facility there built in the first place. And then multiple years later, I fought strongly for the facility that we have at Lyman Hall. And by that I mean, at times there were discussions about scaling it down, maybe not as many lanes, this, that, and the other thing. And I always felt strongly, if you're going to do it, you do it right. And so this facility at Sheehan was desperately needed. And we did it. And we did it right. And all these years later, it's where we expected it to be. Where they wear out, they need to be replaced. But the schools are not the only. The school is not the only user of these facilities. I know at Lyman Hall, where I spend most of my, and I've been on the Sheen Field recently. It's horrendous. Quite simply, we need to do this. Or we decide that they don't have a field anymore. That's the only two choices. So let's not get confused about what's on the table. What's on the table is, do we continue to have an athletic facility at Sheehan High School so the athletes have a safe, world-class facility to compete upon and draw other schools to and have tournaments and so forth? If we don't do this, they can't continue to compete. We can't continue to use this facility. So now what do we do with these kids? So the discussion of what might happen with a consolidation of schools, at best that means 5 years down the road, perhaps longer, a switch happens. But between now and then, what happens with the athletes to build this? And we now have the opportunity to continue that commitment to having a quality athletic facility on the west side of town that, yes, primarily serves Sheehan High School, but is available for all other community sports leagues and so forth. And then we have the facility at Lyman Hall. And we practice and we make sure we get off the field at 6 because the youth lacrosse league is waiting to jump on the field, or somebody else is waiting to get on the field. There is an outcry. We should be thrilled that there are people scrambling to get on our fields. And they're not just grass fields. We have a lot of grass fields, sure. But we also have these fields, which everybody has a right to be on. And it's for soccer, it's for field hockey, it's for lacrosse, it's for football. And we talk so often about what can the youth do in this town. Oh, we're doing what we can to provide venues for the private leagues to go to and attract young people in this community. So regardless of what happens with the discussion about the high schools, this facility needs to be renovated because it's due. And even if a decision is made to no longer use Sheehan High School as a high school, regardless of what we do with the building, this facility will still be an athletic complex that's available to the Park and Rec Commission and all of the youth and leagues, adult and otherwise, in Wallingford. And we will be blessed to have two quality facilities on opposite ends of town that all of our leagues and other people can utilize. So it's a smart investment. It's also a commitment that we're making to the community that they can see and feel strongly about. Yeah, there's been some things mentioned that might imply that it's not a responsible decision. I think I've addressed those. Yeah. I feel strongly this is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do now. And however we go, we'll be a better community for having this facility available to everybody in town. Thank you.
How are we doing, Mr. Center?
All right, so for the record, I'm an accountant, so I usually like to double, triple check things, so I didn't have time to do that. So, and I was using my iPhone to calculate it, but I come up with $735,000
Over the life of?
over the life of the.
Yeah. And when would we start repaying that? Would that be in the next fiscal year or in the following fiscal year?
So it all depends on when the bonds would be issued. So usually the year the bonds are issued, it's interest only, you start paying interest, principal and interest the following year.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agreed on the grass, because certainly if we have a drought and, it's going to become like rock, and then we know what happens when the water's just going to go over, it's not going to seep in, and you're still dealing with rock. As part of the backup, I didn't see any plans, and it begs the inquiry, are we just redoing what is there, or are we going to get some new toys?
Complete redesign of the track and field without things like the bleachers.
You might want to get on your microphone a little more, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the plans and specs are for track and field. It doesn't include the buildings that are located on the site or the bleachers. Those all stay.
Okay, and do those accoutrements need work as well?
No, they don't. They're in very good condition. We've taken ownership of that field. We've added bathrooms. We've taken care of surface erosion. That was the way the facility was turned over to us. We made many, many improvements. We do annual bleacher inspections and repairs, so those bleachers will be in the same shape they are right now in 20 years.
And then what about the concession stand? What is the status?
The concession stand really has no issues. It's, it's a small building. There's a couple bathrooms in it and a little kitchen. It's relatively easy to maintain. We do inspections there every year also.
Okay, I'm supportive. When we're talking about environment negatively impacting and keeping the life at something, and I don't know, I'm just sitting here thinking, right? I'm gonna say it, okay? It's gonna seem wacky, because I've never seen it anywhere else, but have we considered any sort of, maybe I don't want to say it, a dome or something to protect it from the sun? I mean, it's not that big of an area, and when I'm hearing the sun and that kind of stuff, and I'm just sitting here thinking outside the box, have we considered that? I mean, or is it just that crazy that?
Well, a good place to start would probably be to look at the southern states where football is much bigger than it is here. I don't think any high school in the country has a dome, but I can look into that.
Okay, it's not that big of an area compared to, the college and all that stuff. They're much larger areas, right? So if we can get more life out of this, it's the cost value, if the cost would overshadow any negative impact from the sun and that kind of stuff and rain, maybe it's to our benefit to at least talk about it.
And you want to peel the field back to have ice underneath for hockey season, right, Councilor Fishbein?
I
know where you're going.
That's the next
Add a
step.
swimming pool also?
No.
When the ice melts.
I just want another place to skate, so. I agree that this is not the consolidation discussion either, because quite frankly, there is no requirement that the athletic areas of our students are located within walking distance of their classrooms, right? So, we've already contemplated in your plan busing kids long distances, right? So, there's no reason why we can't have, because Lyman Hall is next, right? If that school doesn't get redone, that field is coming up in another 5 years.
Yeah, because I believe it was 2015-16 when we did that turf.
Okay, so
A little more time.
5 or 6 years, right? So at that point, a decision would have perhaps been made about the schools. But I guess you could have all your athletic facilities at the Shan property, and maybe you built a school somewhere else. So anyway, but I wanted to ask about, it's not a question for you guys. I guess it's a question for Janice. Last time we had this, we used to have Mr. Fozzie here, right? He'd sit here and people would complain, how come we're paying him? Many times if we're not even going to write bonds. And last time I asked, why isn't Mr. Fozzie here? and I don't remember what answer I got, but I expect there's nobody here tonight, right?
So Attorney Fozzie retired.
Yes, February 6th, 2023.
So the last time, 3 bond ordinances ago, Sandy was here. There was no questions for her. The last one we had, because of the snow, she was available by phone. And then tonight, they had a function, so she couldn't make it, but if there's a pertinent question, I can try to track her down.
Well, I just looking at the procedure, so Mr. Fozzie didn't work for Pullman and Comley, and then he went there, and I guess the argument was, we're going to go to Pullman and Comley for these services because he has institutional knowledge about the town, we've been working with him, all that stuff. So now that he's gone, did we put the service out to bid?
We're in the process of doing that.
Okay, so right now we're in that flux.
Correct.
It's sort of like in a holdover from a prior contractual arrangement.
Correct.
Okay, cool. That's a great answer. That's all I have. Voting in favor. Thank you for being here. It's great to talk about something positive about education. So,
Counselor Laffin.
Thank you. Remember that when we argue for 3 hours about $36,000, but we'll just throw out building a $25 million dome over a high school.
25 million.
25 million, I know, I looked it up. Two-school, if you are a two-schooler, this is a no-brainer. If for no other reason, then when we finally get around to debating this even further, you can throw this in everybody's face and say, no, we just rebuilt this track, we can't do this. If you're a one-schooler, well, we're 5 to 7 out years best, 5 to 7 years out best. We could move the middle schools there and use the track there. It could be a community athletic center, as Councilor Testa said, parks and recreation. We can even put, make Sheehan Senior Housing and rename it the Ray Ross whatever field. Like, we could, there are so many options that we can go ahead with. We need to do this now. My daughter runs track. I've been going around all these different tracks around the school, around the state, I'm sorry. And you don't want to be embarrassed when you show up there because everybody does comment, all the other people comment. And, you know, we formed this maintenance committee and we're always concerned about letting things go. Like, this is it. Like, this is, we maximized the life out of this thing. We pushed it a little bit beyond where we should have probably, and I think it's time to do it. So I also support this. Thank you.
Counselor Carmody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I agree that this needs to be done, and I am in full support of it, but I had a couple questions, one of which, actually, Councilor Testa's picture of Mary Fritz made me think. Back in 2007, Mary secured about $1 million in state funding for the current track and field. I was curious if any other avenues of funding were pursued for this project. No. And actually, to follow up on something that Councilor Fishbein said, is there a scoreboard that's being replaced as well?
There is. That scoreboard is by no means as old as the field, but it is being replaced.
I was just curious how much that was going to cost.
I don't think it's much. I think it's just over $10,000.
Okay. And then I think this point was brought up by Councilor Tata. You put this in the budget originally, right? Your budget, and that the mayor recommended that it was bonded instead. And I was just curious, Mr. Mayor, the reasoning behind that. I mean, to Mr. Senna's point that this is going to cost $735,000 in interest, that's a big chunk of change, and I was just curious why we're pursuing it this path.
Well, it would mean putting 2 million, not 2 million, but 1.8 million additional in the Board of Education budget for a capital project. And typically for capital projects, we do bond because of the dear nature of cash, and that is a way of assuring that you know, the amount of money is something that can be planned for and properly financed. Capital projects typically are not projects that you would have in an annual budget.
Did we ever consider any ARPA funds for this project?
Well, we're considering ARPA funds for all kinds of projects, but we're not at the point, I guess, that we're able to make final decisions on it, and they need to move. they need to be able to do this summer. So we need to approve the funding ordinance and allow them to sign contracts and then have actual construction this summer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Marone?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with Councilor Allenson about the strategic planning. I mean, this is a field with usable life, right? So when the usable life is exhausted, you have to replace the field. So I don't think it's really something that needs to be planned for, and that you know what the life is when you buy it, right? So then to address the other point about bonding appropriately, I mean, there's two ways you can pay for it, right? You can tax in advance or tax in arrears. So if you tax in advance, then you take the money, you hold it somewhere, not accruing interest generally, and then you spend the money on the project. So it's funny because we have folks come to the, like Mr. Gross always comes to the mic and says, why don't you bond this other large project, right? Because then you could pay it off a little bit over time, which is sort of what we're doing here. So it's always amusing to me when you have these sort of two things playing out, right? Because the method that we usually use in town is to tax in advance, put the money aside, and then you spend it all on, a future project. So to me, this is the most sensible way to, the field needs to be done. This is the most sensible way to do it because you pay it off a little bit over time. Most people don't buy a house with cash. It'd be great if you could, but most people don't because it just makes more sense to pay it off a little bit at a time. So, $700,000 sounds like a lot of money in 20 years. The amount you're paying for the debt maintenance will be substantially less significant because of just sort of the changes in the economy. So, I think that it makes more sense to bond these projects than it does to pay them in any other fashion. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Zandri, I don't have the opportunity to see your hand. Are you all set?
Yep, I'm all set.
Thank you. Councilor Fishbein?
Just to go back to the crazy idea. Evidently, there's one in the United States of America. It seats 5,500 people, okay, which is large, right? That cost $11 million. So, but that's 5,500, right? So it's a much larger facility than we're talking about here. So, anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see no more hands. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Allenson?
Yes.
Counselor Carmody?
Yes.
Counselor Fishbein?
Yes.
Counselor Laffin?
Yes.
Counselor Marone?
Yes.
Counselor Tata?
No.
Counselor Testa?
Yes. And
Counselor Zandri?
no on the dome.
Yeah.
Chairman Cervoni?
I think Councilor Zandri said yes, right?
Yep.
And I say yes. The motion passes. All right, on to item 8.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve an additional appropriation in the amount of $255,000 received from the mutual separation agreement with Durham School Systems, with $250,000 from the Revenue Education Recovery of Expenditures account to the Expenditure Education account.
Can I just make a correction to the motion, even though it's not my turn? It's 250, not 255.
Oh, did I say 255? Sorry, 250.
Madam Clerk, did you get that as a $250,000? Okay.
The next motion's 55. Sorry.
Moved and seconded. Remind us how we end up with this money.
Okay. I don't know if you need to be reminded. It was a meeting like this, well, it was a little later than this. It was about 1 in the morning when we came to you last year. But anyway, so we had, we had the Durham Bus Services for probably 20 years with their Durham and the company they bought. During COVID, we had some challenges. The year COVID shut us down, and then the following 2 years, which were school years, 2021 and 2022, we had a lot of challenges with them, with the late buses, combined buses, not enough drivers. So when we started, I want to say it was about January of 2022, we worked with the Towns Corp Council, and we also brought in Shipman, the council we use, who with expertise in school transportation. And we're working with them to try to improve the service and reduce the challenges. At that point, after a few meetings, we ended up deciding it was probably a better idea to have a mutual separation. So as part of that separation, we negotiated that we would receive $250,000 after the end of the contract term, which was, it ended June 30, 2022. And so, you know, we negotiated that into the agreement, which I believe you have copies of. And so we are asking for is to have that money appropriated for us so we can purchase various security and safety type items related to some of these strategic items we had wanted to purchase, and I provided the list to break out the 250,000 between various things like ballards and security software for the internet, cybersecurity, blinds, and various items like that, intercom system. So, you know, that's kind of the history of where this money came from.
Thank you. Mayor, if I may be so bold, why wouldn't we just appropriate this into the general fund?
Well, that's always an option, but I wouldn't in any way suggest that that is appropriate. I think our school system took the issues that arose out of the pandemic and treated them very seriously. There are quite a few municipalities that did not make an issue over the bus contracts, and the resultant, because of the pandemic, lack of need for the buses, and basically just allowed those companies to be paid all of the money, not receiving any service, and the money was just, in my view, given away. It's public money. Sal Menzo at the time, and I think Danielle was still on the team, but they took this very seriously. This is public money. It was meant for the school system in terms of services, but they did not release the bus company from their obligation, said, wait a minute, you're not going to walk away with a big profit. We're going to go over this and try to retrieve some of these funds that should be used for educational purposes. They followed through. It was a difficult thing, a lot of lawyer talk back and forth, and I think the law department was involved in it. Not simple, and not in harmony necessarily with what the state of Connecticut was advising. We stood our ground, and this is a plus for the town of Wallingford and the students. We have this money to now be able to spend on our school system. So, you know, I think they did the right thing. They're protecting the money, and this would have gone out of their pockets for all of our pockets, but school board pockets for the transportation. And this way, it's still going to be spent for the enhancements that we need for a well-run school system. So that's my answer to it.
Thank you. Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So am I to understand that all of these are safety issues? So at Parker Farms, repair playground blacktop and walking paths. Can you just explain where they are? I mean, I'm familiar with the facility and what condition they're in that we're taking this on for this particular location.
Thank you. I thought you left.
Mr. Deptula, it's good that you stayed.
So the back of the school has a big open paved lot. It's got serious fissures in it, along with the walkways that go up through the neighborhood and over towards Public Works. They all need quite a bit of attention. So those cracks will be cut out, they'll be filled in, and the entire thing would be coated with like a genite or something of that nature.
So you're not replacing, you are patching?
We are not going to grind up all that blacktop, no. That was not the intent.
Okay. Why not, though?
There's, you know, other than those cracks, it's pretty stable. It's not, most of it's not up and down. It's, you know, it's expanding and contracting, but it's not heaving. So there's really no reason to touch that. It's not a It's not abused like a street surface or a highway surface. There's no vehicle traffic, it's all foot traffic.
When was the last time that area was redone?
Not in recent history.
Okay.
I don't remember it ever being repaved. But again, it's not a highway surface, so there's not a lot of abuse.
But there's enough abuse so that the condition that it's in now is of such poor condition that you have earmarked it a safety concern. So what reason, I mean, are you telling me we're not going to be here next year saying that there's other fissures because the useful life of this area is still good?
I think that school will be fine. This comes up quite often now, and it mainly has to do with the fact that we are not allowed to spray herbicides at a elementary school. So typically, if you have a crack, you have the perfect place for seeds to germinate, and you get weeds growing up, and that trips especially young kids. That's why this has come to light. It's been identified at other facilities also, and some are minor, and some required complete repaving, but typically it's a crack-filling operation.
Okay, so the $10,000, that's for both the blacktop area that you were just talking about, as well as walking paths. And where are the walking paths, and what's the situation with those?
So off of that paved area, there's a path that heads toward, I'm going to say the southwest, up into the neighborhood. That is part of the transportation plan, and kids do use that to access the building. And that's one of the areas, because it goes up an incline, and there's quite a few cracks in it. And like I say, with the weeds growing through these cracks, which happens every year, that's a problem, because at one time, these things would have been sprayed and they'd be good for a season or two. But now we have weeds growing up all the time, and the only way to take these weeds out is manually, either with a weed whacker or pull the weeds out. Obviously, we don't have that kind of labor available to us. But that's why this has come to the forefront, and why it's been identified as a safety issue. We had the same problem at Highland. We repaved part of the parking lot, and now we're also looking to redo some paths up there. We did have an issue this year between the Public Works property and our property at Parker Farms, where somebody tripped on a crack, and I think the town may have been part of a suit there. I'm not sure of the history on it, but someone did get hurt in that area.
Because I know we have various levels of this issue at most of our schools around town. So I'm just, I understand that Parker Farms is the only one being addressed here, and I would hope that this expenditure allows you to go to a different school in the future instead of coming back to this one. But when you mention Highland, one of the things, I know it's not a safety issue, but, a lot of parents were, I don't know if disturbed is the right word. Certainly they were upset. Certainly they were inconvenienced by the bus situation that resulted in the new contract, right? So, I'm looking at this list, and it's all, we want our kids to be safe and all that stuff. But I know one of the last times that you guys were before us, I had asked you about the basketball hoops at Highland. And what is the situation? Have they been replaced? The backboards and hoops?
Quite a few of them were removed.
Okay.
That area is in good shape right now. We will be adding one additional unit this year, and it'll be a 4-way fiberglass basket that's age appropriate for the kids that go to that school. Prior to this, that court that you're talking about was used for older kids. It was not for that age group. It was for neighborhood kids to use.
Agreed.
I went there many times and spoke to kids on weekends. to get their input as to whether we should get rid of these baskets or not. And going back, I think 8 years, there were still high school kids that were using those courts, but they seem to have grown up and moved on. And now, if you go there on a weekend, you really won't find teenagers up there.
Well, they're not up there because there's no hoops.
Well, we just took those down within months.
So
But there
I
were-
know that the neighborhood uses those hoops, and I know it's not because those hoops are so far away from the school. It's not really. I see those hoops as being for the neighborhood, right? And I know they are a magnet, and we're looking for things for kids to do. And I'm just, I just bring it up again. I've walked that neighborhood. I've talked to kids. I think it would be nice if you did something for the families that were inconvenienced out of this, and that's just such a small gesture. I think it would be a really good thing. So I just mentioned it. It's not a safety issue. It's, and it wouldn't be that much money, too. So, but anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, comments from the council? Questions or comments from the public? There being none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Allenson?
Yes.
Counselor Carmody?
Yes.
Counselor Fishbein?
Yes.
Counselor Lappin?
Yes.
Counselor Marone?
Yes.
Counselor Tata?
Yes.
Counselor Testa?
Yes.
Counselor Zandri?
Yes.
And Chairman Cervoni.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. Yep. While they clear the table and before we move on to the next item, I'm going to ask the council's indulgence. We do have a budget workshop scheduled after this meeting, and I just thought I would ask councilors if they had questions for certain departments so that we could allow them to not wait till the end of this meeting to start the next. So if I could see by show of hands, are there any questions for the Registrar of Voters? Any questions for Human Resources? No hands. Any questions for Risk Management? No hands. Any question on the pension budget? And any questions regarding insurance, property casualty? I think that frees up the rest of the evening because there are no questions for the budget workshop tonight. So thank you to those who showed up for the budget workshops. The council has no questions for those departments. On to item 9, which is to consider and approve, I'm sorry, go ahead with a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve an appropriation from the ARPA funds to nonprofits in the amount of $55,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Attorney Small, how did we get here?
It's a long story.
Yes.
These are two of the nonprofit applications which, in applying your approved formula, would be approved. There is a third one, but that one is, I withheld that one because it's under legal review. So that's what's in front of you. I did not do the analysis. That was Councilwoman Allison.
Okay, and just for the benefit of those without a packet of information.
It's Hungarian Club in Zion, right?
Yes, that is correct. That's where I was going. All right, comments from the council. Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Attorney Small, I believe you just said nobody from the administration calculated this.
I didn't.
Did Mr. Senna, do we know?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's worrisome to me, not that I don't trust Counselor Allison's math, but we're giving a lot of money away based on one person's mathematical calculation, so I would feel more comfortable if Mr. Senna double-check the math there. I think I want to make a motion to table this item and item 10 until after the discussion on item 11. I think that I anticipate possibly the discussion during item 11, which is to discuss the action regarding the ARPA committee, could have an effect on the outcome of items 9 and 10. So I would make a motion to table items 9 and 10 until after we discuss item 11, which would table the current motion also.
Moved and seconded, Mayor.
We do have members here from the Hungarian Club, and is anyone here from both? Oh, you're a Hungarian Club, right? Yeah. What about Zion Lutheran? Zion Lutheran here? Yes. Both are represented. If there are questions regarding their applications, why, they're here to answer them.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Fishbein?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the record, since we did mention the motion that's before us has to do with items 9 and 10. On item number 10, Vogue Nail Salon, I have to recuse myself, not partake in that. I don't think it affects this, but just want to make that known for the record that I will not be participating in anything having to do with Vogue Nail Salon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a motion to table.
Correct.
He's just cleaning the table. I think Councilor Testa called the question on the motion to table, so effectively. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on the motion to table?
Counselor Allinson?
No.
Counselor Carmody?
No.
Counselor Fishbein?
This is on number 9
Oh, okay, recused.
and 10.
This is on table.
Yep. I said corrected.
Okay, Counselor Lappin?
No.
Counselor Marone?
Yes.
Counselor Tata?
Yes.
Counselor Testa?
No.
Counselor Zandri?
No.
And Chairman Cervoni.
No, the motion to table fails. Further discussion on the motion on number 9. Councilor Marone?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I see what's happening here. So, again, with no disrespect to any of the groups in 9 or 10, because I haven't, we have the applications, I've looked at them, I have opinions about them. I think the standard deviation thing, clearly I wasn't here for the meeting, but it passed. The standard deviation thing, I think, is an effort to get groups around what we appointed a committee to sort of analyze this whole issue, right? And we gave them a charge as far as what we expected out of them. So then when we didn't like the decisions that the people, my friends and neighbors that are on the committee made, we've decided to create another formula by which to get people around the initial formula that we agreed to. So it's just a certain kind of skullduggery that I'm not interested in. So I think I'm going to vote no on 9 and 10 simply because I believe that my friends and neighbors that we put on the committee are good enough people to make these kinds of decisions, in the way that we empowered them. I could tell by the rapid fire turning down of the motion to discuss this in any other order. Obviously, a lot of this has been discussed, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time talking about it. But that's where I stand on it. So no disrespect, to the Hungarian Club certainly, or Zion Lutheran. I think you're both great organizations. I'm going to sit this one out because I don't like the way that the sort of disreputable way that this was handled. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Carmody?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll be addressing, I guess, both these agenda items. I want to make a mention of how disappointing this process has been. And the fact of the matter is there is plenty of blame to go around. I think we are all to blame for the predicament that we find ourselves in. And I mean all of us. The mayor, the ARPA Application Review Committee, the consultant, and certainly this council. We all share responsibility for this mess. And we can't play games. We need to move this process forward, and we need to move it forward quickly. Time is now of the essence. You know, I don't think there's a single town in this state who has had the difficulty we have had in allocating ARPA funds. And frankly, it's an embarrassment. I voted for the standard deviation proposal because I believe something had to be done regarding some of the scoring issues. It is certainly not a perfect solution, and it really is the only vote in my short time on this council that I've lost sleep over, but I stand by it. The idea here is to support our fellow citizens, our nonprofit organizations, and small businesses that are the backbone of this community. We should be doing whatever we can to support our neighbors, our community, to support those businesses and organizations that suffered through the pandemic. That is what community is all about. And I think we have forgotten that during this process. Mr. Chairman, I reviewed all the applications today that are before us this evening, and I would deem them all worthy of receiving ARPA funds. Let's get this over with and get the money in the hands of people who need it. I am in support of these applications as well as the applications on the next agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Testa.
Thank you. I will agree with one contention that could be made, and that is that the way this played out recently might be perceived as an insult or somehow to the people that worked on this committee. I can accept that. I agree that that could be, it could be perceived that way. It was not intentional. Everybody's grown up. For whatever reason, there was a feeling that maybe as the scoring was applied and things were reviewed, maybe it wasn't working out exactly as we had hoped. So somebody recommended an adjustment that could be applied. Nobody got hurt. If anything, it increased the awards that everybody's been screaming about for 12 months, that we're not getting things done. We're not getting this money out to the community. And even if that was not the best idea, we accepted it. We'll talk later about how the committee handled it and so on and so forth. But again, I will accept responsibility for potentially insulting, either indirectly or directly, the members of the committee for whom I have respect. What I will not accept is use of the word skullduggery, disreputable, implications that this has all been talked about before. That's why the vote went too fast. I haven't talked about this to anybody. The table came up, and I thought, no, we're going to table this. Let's talk about it. So I will not, because I'm telling you, I've been called a bully in the press because I wrote one small email. I've had people, and I can take it. I really don't care. But, it's aggravating. It's aggravating to have people imply that there's something going on. There's something going on. There's nothing going on. We're trying to get things done that we've been working on for over a year, and it's not perfect, and we've made adjustments. And if people's feelings are hurt, I'm sorry. But I'm not after 25 years, going to accept any even implication of impropriety on my part. I'm done with that. I've been doing this too damn long. So if people want to say things, watch what you're saying, because I will not sit here and have implications made that, oh, you're doing this, you're doing that. There's something going on behind the scenes. There's nothing going on behind the scenes. I'm lucky I made it to the meeting. I don't have time to do anything behind the scenes. I've been consistent for a year on how I wanted to see this thing work out. And as we've made rules, we appointed a committee, we established guidelines, we did so much. I've made concessions and agreements with my fellow counselors on things that I didn't agree with. But I said, okay, we're all working together, we'll get there. You know, if I had my way, we'd be done with it. But we didn't go that route. So now we have to still finish this. But no one has done anything wrong. There's nothing going on behind the scenes. There's no skullduggery. God almighty, what a word. Skullduggery. Impropriety. I've said enough. Just get back to doing business. Stop insulting one another.
Counselor Allenson.
So I am an analyst, and I'm not saying I'm the greatest analyst in the entire world. There are many people who are much better than me at data. Mr. Reynolds pointed out that I used standard deviation of the mean. I should have used the median. I did both formulas. Actually, the median came out more favorable, but didn't pass anybody that hadn't passed. So what the standard deviation formula was meant to address is how one person can score a business or nonprofit with a 15, and the next lowest score is a 55. So how is it that there's a 40-point disparity between scores? On just 2 of the scores, the next one was a 61 and everything else is an 80 or above. So that's all that was meant to address. I have no nefarious intent. If anything, I'm just trying to help more people, businesses, nonprofits. We elected to give nonprofits money because that was going to be our way to reach out to personal requests in the community. So we didn't elect to have applications coming from Autumn Allenson to the town for money to be appropriated, because that would be an awful big job, right? So where we have an extreme amount of need, a lot of these nonprofits are going to be addressing those needs. If anybody knows how to use Excel, the standard deviation formula is there. I have provided it to the law department, the town clerk, and will provide it to anybody else who asks. It's certainly not proprietary information. It's all on the record. And while I do love Councilor Marone's use of the word skullduggery, because what? Talk about a resurrection right there. I don't love that it was aimed at me. There, again, I have no nefarious intent. My whole position on this thing was, if we were to put 13 million forward to businesses and nonprofits, so be it. That was the compromise that I made was to allocate half of it to town projects. And here we are with just over half as the request, and even with the standard deviation formula, not every business and nonprofit is going to be approved. So again, all I'm trying to do is account for disparities in scoring between somebody who can be rated a 15 on the low end and a 90 on the high end. I cannot imagine how a 75-point disparity between 2 personalities is considered to be fair. Additionally, on the committee, we'll talk about this further in a moment. However, if there was any politicizing, it was all done by the committee and one two members in particular, and it's all on the record, even in the minutes. Two members in particular continuously said that we were doing this for political gain, which is not true. I don't always agree with people who come here. Mr. Gross and I don't always agree on things. Mr. Gross was a very fair scorer and a very good voice of reason on this committee. He might not have scored the way that I always wanted, but I respected his consistency. And I'm sorry, Mr. Gross, I'm only calling you out because, in particular, we deviate in our opinions of how money should be used, but he showed up to the committee and he did the job. And when shots were being taken at what the job actually was, whether it was to just award all the money or do this or do that, he said, we're here to review the applications. Let's just review the applications. And that was what it was for. The committee was also designed to recommend scores. It was never to be the be-all, end-all voice of the council. We have always had veto power over the scoring, and even if I wanted to give every single business and nonprofit that applied and did their due diligence to make it through to the round of application review, my formula doesn't allow for that. And it's not just my formula. A standard deviation is a pretty, it's advanced if you're doing it by hand, but it's a pretty basic math tool in Microsoft Excel. It's just a formula. So all I was trying to do was account for disparities. We all can agree or disagree on whether these particular applications are worthy, but we have already discussed the formula at length. And again, since that night, I have not been asked by anybody to provide the work, which is all evident in the formula. Because when you hover on a cell, it shows what I did. It's not showing me making any adjustment. So I haven't discussed this. I think that the fact that we discuss the ARPA at length every time it comes onto the agenda, it really is, that's why people know where we all stand, right? And I don't want any one membership of the community to win or lose. This was a review for worthiness based on ARPA. I have always been a person who has wanted to award as much as possible to this part of the cause, right? I also want to do meaningful projects in the town. It's not, I have never said we don't want to spend any money doing projects in the town. I've just always said this has to be first because we need to know what we have left. So my compromise was to allocate some of the money for the town in the beginning. And again, I've said it before, sometimes I think people need to look up the word compromise, because if I'm trying to meet halfway and somebody else is not trying to meet halfway, who's really compromising? So I won't compromise on my formula. I did nothing wrong. I've shared it with the people who wanted it. And if anybody else wants it, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Councilor Laffin?
Thank you. Yeah, so the council didn't set a scoring calculations instruction. We shifted and set it after the fact with this deviation when we saw how it was all flowing. And I love everything that Councilor Carmody said, and then in Councilor Testa, I agree, and both of whom I did not speak with before this meeting about this or any of the other issues. We need to heal the community. We need that's what this was all supposed to be for. Hindsight 2020, I mean, I wanted to do it differently. I would do it differently from the way that we ended up doing it. And it's all about ebb and flow, and debate for 4.5 hours or 7.5 hours on a weekday night after a long day of work, and compromises. But if there's any level of government that is to help the community or to know what the community needs, it's this level of government. And I think we need to do what we can to push forward and just keep going. And I know that also, that addresses the next agenda item and the one after that, but I think it's the right decision, and I thank these organizations, the nonprofits in particular, for all the work that they do in the community, because the nonprofits are the ones that money trickles down to the actual people, which was part of the original ARPA plan. And then to the businesses. You know, I get your emails, you stop me when I'm in your stores or when I'm in Walmart, and I'm sorry this is so painful and it's taking so long. I wish it wasn't this way, but like Councilor Carmody, I accept any and all the fault that I can as being a part of it. That's just, I guess it's the way government goes, but thanks.
Councilor Zandri?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo Councilor Carmody and Councilor Allinson's sentiments. I agree with them wholeheartedly. And I just wanted to add one additional element in the fact that we had the capability right from day one to accept the recommendations or the lack of forward motion on everything that the committee, the ARPA committee, brought forward to us. We didn't even have to necessarily have an ARPA committee. We could have just said to the consultant, make sure these applications meet all the requirements. We could have rubber stamped everything. But we decided instead to go with the actions and the activity of the committee to make the recommendations so that we had a review process for it. And again, it was theirs to send us, recommend or not recommend, and it was still ultimately the final decision of the town council to award or not award based on the work that the committee did. But the final decision has always been with the council. So I want to remind everybody of that as these discussions continue and go forward. And I want to remind everybody as well that we spent a lot of time discussing, making sure that we could get the most miles out of all these dollars, to make sure that when we had the opportunity to get these into the hands of the nonprofits for multipliers and affecting more people that we could. And we spent the time at a meeting when there was an expectation that if everybody was approved, it would clear the ceiling of the monies that we had originally had allocated, and we fixed that by raising those ceilings. That has been our direction from day one. Figure out how we can move this money into as many hands as we could with the least amount of effort. At least that was the intention. Obviously, it didn't work out that way, and like Councilor Carmody indicated, the blame goes on everybody, all of us. We all have a part in this, but we're going to get this finished and see it through. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I thought we were dealing with item number 9, but it appears that we've been all over the place. But item number 9 is 2 specific applications. And, you know, it's very easy to sit up here and say, I want everybody to get money. I'm just going to move the goalposts. But based upon the system, never looked at the applications. So looking at the 2 applications, which I did, one of them is incomplete. That was brought up when the committee met and talked about that. One of the applications indicates that they're in an industry that was, we all agreed, negatively impacted by restrictions imposed by the government. They detailed where they spent the money that they had appropriated for this particular things that their application is for. and they detailed why they were unable to fill in that hole. The council, when it charged the committee to review the applications, it gave it criteria and scoring. One of those things was how severely were they impacted by the pandemic? And in support of that, entities were required to produce documents. Based upon those documents, things were scored. Now, I'll say, the Zion application, if I recall correctly, I scored that the highest out of any application. Scored it a 90. Thought it was a very strong application. At the end of the day, though, once the numbers were put together, it just missed the passing level by like 1.5 points. And I expressed I was disappointed. I thought it was a good application. And every time the committee concluded scoring, we went around the table and it was an average and that's the way it fell, we all voted. A motion was made whether or not to approve, to recommend approval or to recommend no further action on that particular application. And I'll tell you that every one of those votes was unanimous. I didn't want to vote to have no further action on that application, but in respect for the process, I voted in favor of the motion. Now, the other one, the Hungarian Club, didn't have the backup that the Zion application had. It was difficult to trail. Was the money there? Were these things planned? In fact, that application, for those few of us up here that have looked at the applications, was for a new roof and flooring. The roof was 25 years old. So in the discussions that we had about that particular application, it appeared to be an issue of deferred maintenance, not something that was already planned for. So two totally different situations. The roof was apparently 25 years old, I think I said that. There were no quotes as to how much it would cost. And that was something that was also part of the criteria. What backup do you have for your ask? There was nothing in the application. I know I didn't score that one at a passing score. I don't recall what my number was. That too, I think that ended up at a 55 or something like that. But those are two totally different applications. So, now I could see one thing where, somebody is recommended by the committee not to go forward, and then somebody says, I looked at this application and I feel differently. That's something that I would like that debate. But just to say, we're moving the goalposts, we don't care what the application says, is irresponsible, in my opinion. Because we are all over the place here, we're going to get to number 10. One of the applications on that was rejected by the committee, it was recommended no further action, and is now put into that column of being approved. Once again, some people up here have not looked at the applications. And I'm in favor of projects in our town too. I'll tell you, when I originally started to look at these applications, I think I had a sort of pessimistic attitude. What projects could these entities possibly come up with that would meet? And I was proven wrong. I will admit that. There were some just fantastic projects that, you know, I did support. But one of these applications, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but one of them, $10,000 is going to be used for raises for the staff. It's not a project. It's not I mean, maybe the staff will stay there longer, but there's no indication that the staff would go away. Purchase of necessary products and tools needed within the industry, but no backup. What necessary tools? That's another $5,000. Purchase of a hot water heater. Now, the application indicates that they rent the facility. There's no indication, I mean, usually the owner of the property, in commercial property in this particular case, in my experience, more than likely it's the owner of the property that would have that responsibility. But there's a representation that they're going to buy a hot water heater. Invest in fundraisers to raise money in the community. What is that? I mean, are those the projects that this body envisioned for this money? And I have to assert that that's the reason why, and I don't remember where this one fell as far as scoring. It had to have been somewhat close to get to the over the hump by the manipulation, but it's certainly not what I envisioned. I envisioned enhancing our businesses, having projects. And there's one last thing about this particular application. You know, when I mentioned before the scoring, one of those things was the impact of the pandemic upon the business. This business represented in their application that in 2019, they had income of $38,543. In 2020, they had negative income, negative $3,000. But in 2021, they had income of $63,900. So their income since the pandemic has doubled. So we heard about recovery. You know, it's the recovery program. Based upon the numbers, one would have to say that there's been recovery with this particular business. So now, by the changing of the goalposts, we're going to give them money to invest in fundraisers and give raises to their employees, even though they're making double what they did prior to the pandemic. So, you know, I do honor what recommendations and lack of going forwards that the committee came up with, and I have to question, you know, this body has really not rejected any application. There's nothing that stops, and the concern is that at the end of the day, there's going to be applications that are not acted upon. And I have every reason to believe that at the end of the day, there will be lobbying, there will be, you know, it's a perilous journey that we go down when, without looking at the applications, we just say, have the money, do with it what you have. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Zandri?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a couple of observations The first observation that I want to make is to the comments of moving the goalposts and manipulation that were Councilor Fishbein. We've said this at prior meetings, and I'm going to repeat it at this meeting. Goalposts in life get moved all the time after the fact. I use the example of after an exam is given and the entire class is graded, then they change the grading to grade on a curve because of problems in the system, problems with the end result. This is the exact same thing we did here. If a mathematical statistical deviation isn't showing where the original manipulation was, then I don't know how anybody can see anything any differently. If the argument wants to make that the math in an Excel spreadsheet is a form of manipulation and not the original scoring, which threw things so far out of whack in the first place that the statistical averaging needed to be done with standard deviation, then I don't know how else to make people see. An organization that scored 73.5 with standard deviation applied coming up to a 90 should clearly identify where the problems are. The other element to understand is that statistical averaging and standard deviation pulls up the low scores and brings down the high scores. It makes it so everything comes towards the middle. I think it's pretty evident where the problems are. I think that this is the most appropriate thing to do with the scoring. It didn't pass everybody. There were still some people that failed. Some of those organizations and some of those businesses will probably not come back before us, and they won't receive any money. But at the end of the day, to suggest that there's manipulation going on now is a horrendous comment to make for the work that everybody's been doing as part of this process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Tata?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to touch base again now that Mr. Sun is back on the standard deviation and the applications that we see before us. I want to make sure that the reason is not that I don't know how to use an Excel spreadsheet or can't do math. The reason is because before we give away $300,000 of taxpayer money, I just want to be 100% sure that the money meets this new algebraic criteria, and also that we didn't miss any that should be on the list. And I see no backup or no math or nothing from anyone in the administration or on the council except for a memo from the law department. And the law department just stated that they did not do any calculations. And the memo states that the law department says that the comptroller is recommending these. So I'm just curious, did the comptroller review the entire list? And I'm certainly not blaming the law department or comptroller. I don't know that that's your job to do so. But I guess what I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is how did these come to appear on the agenda?
Exactly as you received them.
So the law department sent you a memo saying that the comptroller requested these be approved?
This council approved that formula.
Yes.
I, as Councilwoman Allenson prefaced her remarks saying, if you know how to use the Excel sheet, that would not be me. And I did not believe it was my job to do your formula. She did it. She told me, I said, what is the list that meet the formula? She gave me the list. I prepared the memo, gave it to finance because they're the ones who do the appropriations. This money's not sitting in my account. This is in the finance department's account. That's how it evolved. I did not do the math. I did not check the math because that's not something I'm going to do.
Well, understood, and I don't think that's your job to do either. I agree. But did anyone in the administration review the list in its entirety and make sure that, A, the ones that are on this list do actually meet the criteria, and also that we didn't miss any that maybe did meet the criteria that possibly were missed?
I did say I withheld one. of the nonprofits because it's under legal review. That's the only thing that I did.
I mean, typically the administration asks us for money, and that's why I'm just a little concerned that nobody in the administration made sure that these all are applicable.
The administration is satisfied that these are worthy recipients. Certainly, I didn't check the exact math as to the deviation formula, but they made applications. The applications were approved by the consultant, and the dollar figures are accurate, and we are recommending that they be approved for funding.
Okay, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's about worthiness. It's a mathematical equation at this point. So I'm just, I mean, I don't know what else to.
So no one in the administration checked the mathematical formula.
Okay, so I just want to be 100% clear. What is before us is to spend $300,000 to businesses and nonprofits in town based on one person's calculation with nobody in town verifying that or double checking.
Mr. Chairman, just let me clarify. Certainly, I'm not in agreement with the process completely. There's been talk about compromising, fine. However, whatever is the mathematical issue, the question is, are these worthy organizations? Did they suffer a loss? And is it responsible for us to provide ARPA funding to them? To that question, I have a resounding affirmative.
Thank you. Again, I respectfully disagree. I don't think the worthiness is the criteria that the council set. So I just want to make it clear to everybody that we're basing this vote tonight on one person's calculation that was not double checked. Thank you.
Councilor Testa.
I would like a little clarification on that last comment. This group of applications, were these applications rescored using the, okay, so that's not one person's, see, I think the only reason they're being recommended by the administration, because our process kind of requires that. I think it might be, it's a little misleading to suggest that they're all coming to us based on one person's analysis of them. Am I misunderstanding that? Are these not applications that were reviewed by the consultant, reviewed by the committee, just missed, and then upon the application of the standard deviation that we accepted, were then deemed approved? And then the administration put them on a list to be approved, recommended to us for approval.
That's correct, but at the same time, don't forget, there are a bunch of applications that were denied by the committee, and the standard deviation did not bring them.
I understand that. It was the last statement by my colleague that threw me off a little bit.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Will you yield for a response?
I'll allow the response as long as I keep my seat. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The comment was only because I believe it's come forth that the only one who did the calculation and applied the new mathematical formula was Councilor Allenson. So it could very well be that these are 100% correct and these all fit and we didn't miss any, but nobody else checked the math, is my point. The administration said they didn't check the math. They didn't look at the full list of who was not recommended by the committee to make sure that that was applied across the board to everybody. So I mean, it's a very good chance that Counselor Allenson was 100% right, and this is the list, and it's good, but my point is just that nobody else double-checked this.
Oh, okay. My other question is, Counselor Fishbein made some, interesting arguments about, not by name, but about different applications. And like one, for example, stood out to me. He said he rated an application very high, 90 or whatever you said, but it didn't make it. That itself, to me, is an indictment of the review process and a justification potentially for the utilization of a mathematical corrective function. Because we never, and this was never meant to be a value judgment. So as hard as we worked and tried to come up with a set of guidelines that could be applied, if one person rated an application really high and another person rated it really low, that's a problem with the rating system. Because it was never intended to be that way. It was supposed to be, do they meet the criteria as written? And then the job of the committee was to do the review. It wasn't to start making value judgments. Because once they started making value judgments, you started having, I give it a 90, I give it a 20. Well, as soon as that happens, the red flags go up. That's the problem. It never should have been like that. And that's not an indictment on any individual person on the committee. They were doing what they felt they were supposed to do, somehow. But there should never have been that kind of value judgment that would allow for a spread of scores. And again, that's our fault. Clearly. Because we wrote the charge, we gave them the criteria. So I'm not blaming the committee. Yes, we need to accept responsibility for that. Having accepted responsibility for that, we're trying to correct it. And maybe we're not being perfect in how we're correcting it, but somebody came up with a particular plan that might address that way out here, and try to bring it a little closer together. It's not perfect either, but it's not indicative of favoritism. It's not indicative of lobbying. It's not indicative of anything else. It's just a way to try to bring it back to what we hoped for in the beginning. And the other thing I wanted to ask of my colleague was, Councilor Fishbein, you mentioned a few, at least, applications that, based on how you described them, I would have anticipated nobody would have approved them. Were they approved? Are you talking about some that are on this list that, in your words, seemed to not be worthy of being approved? Because then I would say, how are they scored? If they were truly applications that really didn't meet the criteria, then I can't imagine the standard deviation was going to make that big of a difference. So I wanted a little clarification on that, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, I appreciate very much the exchange. One of the frustrating things, speaking from the committee perspective, is we were of the understanding, and I think this body was of the understanding, that the consultant was going to get us completed packages. and that everybody was eligible. So when you say did they meet the criteria, unfortunately, the committee was put in a place of sometimes determining that they did not meet that criteria. They weren't the appropriate 501 whatever, things. So at the outset, that was difficult. We've heard about things about low scores, and I don't want to sit here and cast aspersions at my fellow committee members, but we heard the mayor earlier. His comment about the criteria was, are they a viable business? Do they do a lot in the town? And if you listen to the recordings, there were some times that committee members made the comment. It had nothing to do with the application or the scoring. They do a lot for the town, and therefore I'm going to give them 100. You got to have a pretty very good application to get 100, right? So if the scoring itself, because there are chunks. If you go back, and I had flagged, and I'm not saying I told you so, right? But we talked about the criteria for scoring, and we spent quite a few meetings talking about what is the criteria. And I had said something about, I don't think there's enough things, when just looking at the business evaluation, well, the first box, right, which doesn't get a score, the proposed project will address the negative economic or health impacts due to the COVID pandemic. There were occasions where some of us, like the application I told you about before, where they've obviously recovered, right? How do you get past box 1? Right? So let me read that again. The proposed project will address the negative economic and or health impacts due to the pandemic. That naturally brings into it that they must have a negative impact that is presently being addressed by what they are proposing, right? But if you have a business that made $31,000 one year, minus $3,000 the next year, and $63,000 the most current year, is there a negative impact? So I'm going to tell you that application, and that's why I didn't name it, because I don't want to pick on them, right? But for the most part, they got past that box. They got scored. I don't know that everybody up here would have allowed that, but the way the committee worked was unless there was a majority of the group that marked that box as a no, then they were going to go to score, right? So if I had said no on that box, it's irresponsible of me to say, well, I'm just going to have a tantrum and give all zeros, right? I've got to apply something to these numbers, right? So I go to the next box, which is a 30-point box. The degree to which the pandemic created or contributed to the demonstrated and clearly described financial adversity that the business is experiencing, right? So let's go back to that application. They aren't experiencing anything. So how do I give them a 30, right? I will tell you in good faith, I would probably, and I probably in that particular one, I probably gave like a 10, right? Something.
Well, what happened with that application?
That application is on our list tonight.
Why?
Because of this standard deviation thing.
No. They got close to being approved by you, in spite of what you said they had no right even being there, and all the deviation did was get us over the hump from wide-ranging scores. The deviation didn't overrule a blanket negative.
But I believe, if I recall correctly,
Yeah.
on that particular application, there were a few scores in the 90s, which is really tough to get to if you can't get 30 points in that box, right? So when you go to the next one, which is a 40-point box, right? The degree to which it is demonstrated that the applicant's proposed project will assist the business in long-term recovery from that adversity. And it's not a temporary fix. But if they don't have an adversity, right, how do you score that? So I'm telling you that that particular application had some very high scores. but I'm in good faith walking you through this process.
But all of that is an indictment on those of you who scored it. It's not an indictment on the standard deviation. The committee, there are enough people on the committee that scored what you are saying was a non-viable application.
You're missing your mic.
Enough people voted to score that one high enough, so it got to the point where it was almost there.
No,
So what I'm saying, everything you're saying is an indictment on the scorers, not the corrective function that we've voted on, because it was close. And I'm just saying, you're talking about some that, if it was scored appropriately, it should have never even been close to approved. And the standard deviation would have never put it over the top.
Do we have the numbers here? Because I don't.
Oh, no, this is why I'm saying that there was, inherently a degree of subjectivity that was exhibited by the graders. And again, I'll take the blame for being the boss. But there was enough subjectivity, not objectivity, that to all of a sudden put all the blame on us for trying to apply a corrective to affect those where that subjectivity just pulled somebody into the negative as opposed to over the top, is a little unfair. Because if they were graded as they should have been, according to the way you're talking, they would have never been close to passing with the standard deviation.
Yeah, I can't speak, and I wasn't being flippant about the numbers.
No, I never took, I appreciate the back and forth.
I can't, like.
Okay.
Do you have the spreadsheet?
Yeah, I sure do.
If you just send that to us. We'll go off of it. I mean, I thought that the administration was doing this. I'm the one who's questioned it.
I don't know, well, anyway, I had those questions. I already blew off my steam earlier, so I'm fine now. I just want to stress, I think, again, nothing was perfect, but we see, and the more we discuss this, we see that there was this level of subjectivity that was utilized by the people grading these, and as they saw their job, that's how they did it. And we, as the group responsible for making the ultimate decisions, felt that maybe there was a way to temper that a little bit. And that was what Councilor Allison's little formula seemed to do. It didn't do anything out of hand. It didn't do anything outrageous. It didn't take a clearly unqualified application and pass it. It took a number of applications that didn't quite make it because clearly someone said 90, someone said 50 or 40, so on and so forth. There's nothing inherently improper with that. And I think we need to get over that. And we still need to decide where we're going to go from here. But anyway, I appreciate the clarification. I appreciate your explanations, your further explanations, Councilor Fishbein, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. There are two things I want to point out. There's talk about the council moving the goalpost. So the council is the ultimate arbiter of what happens to these applications. So the majority of the applications that have been approved by the committee, we put on the consent agenda and have been approved on the consent agenda over the past several meetings. Bearing in mind we are the ultimate arbiter of what happens to these applications, I want to point out that the council did not set the minimum scoring criteria that is adjusted by the standard deviation. The minimum scoring criteria, which somebody can correct me if I'm mistaken, is 70 points for a small business, 75 points for a nonprofit, That was a bar that was set by the committee, and I think the council is totally within its right to review that. The other point I want to make is that for quite some time, this council debated the administration's involvement in this whole process. So with that, Councilor Fishbein, you are next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, because a lot of it was hit during my very healthy exchange with Councilor Testa. Excuse me. You know, when I, and I'm the one who mentioned the goalpost thing, what I mean by that is I fully expected, being at the front end and the back end of this process, that from time to time there would be applications actually that had been recommended to be approved, as well as perhaps recommended not to be go forward on, that this body would have an opportunity to review and speak about the particular application. That's what I mean by moving the goalpost. It's turning a blind eye to what is before us and just saying we don't, well, and I'm not saying this in a, you know, I'll say it, you know, we don't care what's in the application, we are just going to change the result. You know, the application that I've been talking about, I don't know if anybody up here feels that that is a worthy program, and that's why I think it's important to look at the applications. You know, as to the scoring that the committee did, I thought the scoring actually should be higher, because we're talking about taxpayer dollars, ultimately. Whether it comes from the feds or the town or whatever, it comes from the people. So, you know, there should be a high criteria. And I was argued out of that, and ultimately, I believe that vote was unanimous also. We argued over, you know, 80 or 75 or, you know, and we fell where we fell. You know, I think from time to time, individuals, myself included, said, you know, when reviewing an application, you know, this is a scorable application, but I don't think it meets the hump, and therefore you score it accordingly, and many times it falls into that range. And that's the part of this where we're at that's actually disappointing, is just not talking about the actual merits of what's before us, and perhaps negatives, and just saying we're going to change the results, which I'm not saying that the committee has any dominion over this body. But right now, I mean, as we sit here today, every approval that's done by this body has rubber stamped the action of the committee as far as approvals. This is the first time that we're doing this differently. So, you know, even with the ones that we've approved, I would have hoped that we knew actually what the applications were for, and in many of those instances, what great projects the committee did recommend. So, you know, that's all I got to say. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Morone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, so, and you know, just to be clear, my concern with the standard deviation is not with the mathematics of it, right? Because I understand why it was done. I understand that it sort of draws everything towards the center, right? So we'll get more applications in. I guess my concern is the application of it at this time, right? Because we have a situation where we charge this committee with all of these sort of responsibilities, right? We set up this whole criteria. We cut them loose to do their work. They're like a third of the way through the project, and then we change the rules to add in the standard deviation. I think we all anticipated that at some point there would be an appeals process at the end for businesses that either didn't have enough data or whatever, that we would sort of discuss this. But I have to assume that my fellow councilors were either naive enough to think that the committee would be happy with this change, or just didn't care that we were going to blow up the committee by doing this. So I guess my issue is, it's when you have a volunteer, someone volunteers for anything, and then you look at them and you say, you know what, thanks for your service, but no thanks, and we're going to do it a completely different way. It's like, why did they volunteer in the first place? So that's what kind of upsets me about this whole process. And this is why I think that this was inappropriate, right? I'm not saying accusing anyone of anything in particular, But how could you not know that this was going to be the end result of what you did? I mean, it's just the logical conclusion of where this gets to, right? So we blow up the committee, and now we're sitting here not knowing where to go with these things. So I guess it's been decided, and I guess it really doesn't matter. This discussion, I guess, is for naught. We spent more time talking about this ARPA thing over the past 2 years than any other item, right? Education, roads, maintenance of the town, anything, parks. We spent all this time talking about ARPA, and in the end, we're just going to kind of roll the dice anyway. So I guess I just feel like this was time well spent for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any comments or questions from the public? Mr. Gross's hand shot up first, then Mr. Mira, then Mr. Brudzinski.
Gross, Long Hill Road. You left a lot to respond to. I'll even remove my mask so you can hear me better because there's nobody around me. I have one thing to say, well, a few things to say, but first off, there is a mathematical error on one of the things, so you really should take a closer look. And I saw it tonight. I went looking for the first time. Somebody called me, so I started to look at some of them, and there's an error. So I don't know whether it would pass under the standard deviation the way it is, but there is an error. Garbage in, it's material, not so much that Councilor Allison, her result, it's the material that the numbers that she was given. So garbage in, garbage out, I don't know. But you really need to look at them on that. Not meaning garbage out by yours, but if you get numbers that are not correct, then the numbers are not going to be correct at the end. That's what I mean, number one. Somebody mentioned about a fundraiser. Just so you guys know, you can't raise money. That's not a CARES Act approved project. So when you look at these applications and when you decide to do this, you have to know what the CARES Act says because it's not an approved project. You can't take the money and then give it to somebody else. That's not what it is. It's for, as you said, to help businesses, help not-for-profits, that type of thing. You're not being, by changing this, some of these businesses, as Councilor Fishbein said, some of these businesses did very well. It's like a hockey stick. Their businesses were like this, and then they shot up in 20 or 21. Some businesses did very well during the pandemic, as was evident by the numbers that we were given by some of these businesses. Yeah, so we failed some of those, but you've passed some of them that we've failed because of that. And you're saying that we were, and this is not my words, there was a bias. I don't think there was a bias. There were some people on the panel that graded them based on not looking at the names on there, not looking that they were a business, not looking not-for-profit, whatever they were. Do they meet the criteria? And one of the criteria is, are you, as Councilor Fishbein said, are you still suffering from the pandemic? Well, if their profits are up, their employees are up, they aren't suffering anymore. So they got a low score, but there were a few people who felt that no matter who it was, that it's a business in Wallingford, that we should help them. But that's not the criteria that we were given. So if there was any bias, it's to the upside. So when there were some low scores by some of us, the deviation became very wide because some people always scored them high. And you can see that by looking at the scores. Or if you had listened to all the meetings, you would hear that some of the participants, some of the people we worked with, and it was a great group. Everybody worked together on this. Everybody did their homework, discussed them well, and everybody knew, what was going on, and there was back and forth, and it was good. But when we had some of these applications that don't meet the criteria, what are you going to do? Are you just going to, from what you're doing, you're just passing them. It's unfair to businesses in town, and I know some have unfortunately contacted me after some of these articles in the paper, that they said, they used an expletive, used with an S, I should have passed in an application. I would have gotten the money because I didn't do so badly during that, but I was harmed, I was closed, but I was able to make up, I was able to pivot and do well. You're not reward, I mean, I don't know. All don't meet the progress. we knew that you guys had the final say. There was no question about that. Because it was discussed in some of the meetings that, especially on one of the applications that Attorney Fishbein mentioned tonight, that it was said, well, it'll go to the council and the council can decide what to do with it. Because it was close. And because there was discussion on that at the end of the meeting, and it's on the tape. And so it was discussed that the council would take a look. So we knew the council would take a look at it. So it wasn't that the group thought that they were the final say. They knew that they weren't. So to imply that we went in there thinking that was not the case. We knew that people could appeal. We figured that they would. We figured if we failed somebody because we didn't read their application correctly, or they felt that they meet the criteria, they would be back here before you, and then they would make their case. That was not out of the question whatsoever. That was discussed by all of us. Just because the money's allowed doesn't mean that it should be given out. You have to meet the criteria. The criteria is given to us by you. It's here in paper. It's online. It says here you can't use it to pay for things you've already paid for. You can't pay back to make up for lost debt. So if somebody's come back in 2021 and they lost a little money in 2020, well, that's what happened. That's your criteria that you guys set to us. So that's why some of these scored low, because they did very well. Okay, those are all the things there. I can say personally, I'm done with the panel because of what happened. And if you listen to the tape, I think it's March 16th, might be. Everybody was upset. This is after the council had come back and started with the standard deviation and with the putting it on the agenda. We felt, or I felt, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but if you listen to the tape, you'll see that it was improper what you did. Let's be honest about it. I'm not saying the standard deviation was improper. I'm saying how it came about. To me, ethics are a high standard. And I looked at that as an ethics question. And it's still being debated, I understand, because they said there's one more. And as far as I can remember, we failed 3 not-for-profits. 2 were in front of us tonight, or in front of you, in front of the town. One, Attorney Small said is still being looked at. I don't know why it's being looked at. According to the CARES Act, it doesn't apply. It doesn't meet the qualifications. And you're going to see more of those in your ones that are coming up. But you need to read their application correctly to see it, because it's there. It's very specific in what the CARES Act says on who can get that money if you're a not-for-profit.
So you're 7 minutes in, and I have at least 2 other speakers.
I will concede. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have more if there's time.
We'll see. Thank you. Mr. Mira.
Good evening. Joe Mira from Economic Development. I got to be honest with you. Today's April 2024. We started this conversation October 2021. As pointed out, there's been a lot of conversations. I would suggest that if anybody's interested where we went wrong with this process is to look at the June 2023 Town Council report and July 2023 Town Council meetings.
I think you mean 22. 23 hasn't happened yet.
22, I'm sorry. Thank you. See, even I make mistakes. As for the committees, this was the American Rescue Plan Act. Rescue. We're when I hear the word rescue, I think of first responders. These are businesses that had trouble in 2019 with 2023. I don't know. As far as the committee goes, I congratulate them for their hard work, but somewhere along the line, something went wrong. My understanding was that there was supposed to be a review committee, not an audit committee, and it seemed like that's what they were doing with the levels that the criteria that they were talking about. Also, that one app that was pointed out, and you can look back at the minutes, when you went into the tax forms, you based it on 2019 and 2020 results. It's unfortunate well, fortunate for them, that the other company in 2021 shot up. Good for them. But unfortunately for the committee, they were supposed to focus on 2019 compared to 2020. Those were the regulations that were approved by the council way back when. And again, I think we've talked about this long enough. It's time to take action. We're not all going to be happy, but these people have been waiting for 2 years, some longer. You know, this is federal funds. We had a consultant evaluate these applications based on federal requirements. I commend you for giving it the extra effort, but we can't go any further. I go to doctor's appointments, and the first thing out of the doctor's mouth is, hey, is your guys ever going to move this money out? I mean, this is the image we're presenting to the public. So I commend everybody for their hard work, but I think there's been a lot of good points this evening. I just think it was time to just settle down and do the right thing by these people and put the money out to the people that do deserve it. Please, please, I would not like to hear the comment again that this committee was given funds and picking winners and losers. That is really embarrassing. There is no losers. If a business was in business in 2019 and he or she was here today filling out applications and still in business and didn't qualify, it's unfortunate. But no way are they losers. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Brudzinski.
Mike Brodinski, 45 Valley View Drive. I want to thank everyone on the committee for their hours of work, not only during the meetings, but probably they spent more time before the meetings preparing for the meetings. They would fine-tooth comb the applications, go into the financials, tax returns or financials from 3 separate years, see what the trend lines were, analyze them, try to come to a greater wisdom as to where that business stood at the time we reviewed the applications, and come to some sort of a conclusion. I'm being very general, I'll get specific in a minute, but come to a conclusion as to whether they are still experiencing financial adversity or hardship, still, because of the pandemic. So what this program is not, and the program we got from you, we didn't devise it ourselves. We got the criteria from you. And it is not a revenue replacement program. It is not, as the mayor said, if they had a loss, we make good. That's not the criteria. It is not, as the opening statement said, that, well, they experienced a loss, they should be made whole, whatever it was. That is not what we were given as criteria. So maybe part of the problem is caused by many people on the council or the administration had one expectation, but we were given criteria that led us maybe in another direction. And in the case of business applications, again, the overriding question is, are you still experiencing a hardship, not because of the business model, not because of extraneous things, but because of the pandemic? And so in many of the applications that are on the list of 11, I'm talking businesses now, they bounce back. Many of them are making more money in 2021, that's the last year that we had financials for, they're making more money in 2021 than they did before the pandemic. If they're making more money now, how the heck can you say they are experiencing a hardship because of the pandemic? They're doing better. And in some cases, they got hundreds of thousands of federal money to supplement what showed up in the tax returns. So things are a little more complicated than some of the statements I heard on the council and from the administration. A lot more complicated. I think Councilor Fishbein, or maybe it's Mr. Gross, I'm not sure. So one of the things we had to look at was the use of the money a temporary fix? Or was it something that was, I think, in your hearts when you first passed this, we want a project that is sort of long-term, will take them into the future, it's not something temporary that's here this fiscal year and gone the next. Reasonable minds can differ as to what a temporary fix is. So the application or the adoption of the standard deviation did come as a shock to the committee because they spent hours, we spent hours going over the details, and then we come to find out that you're going to approve these 11 applications, sight unseen. Sight unseen. Yeah, that was a shock. And yeah, it got people on the committee upset after the scrutiny we gave to them. Now here are some of the results, I would call them bizarre, that have been caused by this adoption of the standard deviation. I went down the list of 11. I'm just going to sort of report the numbers and you can draw what inference you want, but there's one on your list where 6 committee people of 8 voting determined the application should not pass, but it's going to. 6 members said it shouldn't pass. That's one of the applications. There's another one where 7 members of the committee said the application should not pass. You apply the standard deviation and it will. And in fact, 7 out of 11 of the applications on your list could not muster a majority, forget a supermajority, couldn't muster a majority of passing grades. They're on your list though, 7 out of 11. And some of the comments...
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What was the nature of the motion? So use the 6 out of 8 members. What was the nature of the motion that resulted in 6 to 8? I mean, 6 out of 8 voting that way.
I think I can address your question, but if I get it wrong, I know you'll help me clarify. So the process was we would, after the discussion, we would fill out our score sheets. We would pass in the score sheets, and one member, not me, one member, Amy Walsh, would read out the scores to Jesse Reynolds, who was working the adding machine. Jesse Reynolds would announce the average, and the understanding of all the committee was if that average met the minimum that you, Chairman Cervoni, accurately described, 70 for businesses and 75 for nonprofits. If that score was met, we all agreed that they should get a unanimous vote to recommend if they met that.
So the motion was directive.
That you have to clarify for me.
So the motion was, they crossed the threshold, we all have to move to approve.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right.
Okay.
If the average.
Okay.
That's how that worked. So it seemed as though maybe one or more of you thought that the 11 on the list are a result of maybe one or more members of the committee that scored unreasonably low. But I'm not sure that addresses the complexity and the nuance of what's going on here. So there was, note the variety of names. There was one application, 3 of 9 said no, and that, only 3 of 9 said no. The people saying no was Regan, Walsh, and Fishbein. There was another one on your list where these people said no. Fishbein, Gross, Glidden, Regan, and Reynolds. Another one on your list, these people said no. Gross, Reynolds, Burdinsky, and Walsh. There's another one on your list you're passing tonight, or presumably. These people said no. Walsh, Regan, Gross, Burdinsky, McNamee, and Reynolds. There was another one on your list. 4 said no. Reynolds, Burdinsky, Walsh, and Regan. There's another one on your list you're going to pass tonight where Walsh, Gross, Burdinsky, and Bonamico said no, but you'll pass it. Another one was these people said no. Regan, Bonamico, Burdinsky, Walsh, Reynolds, Fishbein, and Gross. 7 out of 9. But that application will pass tonight. There's another one where Gross, Fishbein, Glidden, and Walsh said no. Another application, 3 out of 8 voting said no. Walsh, Fishbein, and Gross. And so on down. I think I've got 8 of them. But I watched every time we discussed and every time we voted, as we run around the table, the thoughtfulness that each committee member gave to the application. A lot of times they were not easy decisions, and there was some agonizing going on, but people had to come to a score. And as I said, when I was in front of you last time, 2 weeks ago, or whenever that was, reasonable minds can differ over an issue that's complex. We're going to move over to the nonprofits to illustrate that this is not easy. This is not mechanical. And Councilor Testa, I'm addressing this to you, thought, hey, there shouldn't be a wide variety. There should be like a shot group, a cluster. No. I can't agree with that. On the nonprofit, there's one nonprofit where I had the lowest score. I probably sank that score. It was a nonprofit that applied for a hardship and they had $1 million in the bank. Excuse me, this was a hardship application, and I cannot see how you can make out a hardship application with $1 million in the bank. I gave it a low score. I probably gave it too much of a score. But that was my rationale. Call me biased, call me any name you want. That's why I did it. Because they had $1 million. That's not a hardship. Any way you size it up. I'll defend that against all 9 of you, or 7 or whatever, and the administration. It's not hardship, I'm sorry. The other application was a social group. The criteria you gave us told us to look at the level of service that the nonprofit gives to the community. Now, we had strong applications. Remember the word service, I'm circling back to that. Service like Masters Manna, the library, SCOW, Boys and Girls Club, others that are slipping my mind. Service, deep service into the community. You come to a social club, it's hard to find that level of service. And so, yeah, they're not going to get perhaps as high a score, but remember, we approved 18 out of 21. Nonprofits, not a bad record. Not a bad record. So, what does a committee person do when faced with a criteria you gave us that says, dear committee, please look for existing financial hardship? And you find, for example, in 2021, they're making $260,000 net profit, more than they made in 2019. Made $260,000. Is that hardship? You would say yes. Well, you really wouldn't. You would apply a formula and deem it to be a hardship. Sort of by application of sight unseen, you guys must have been wrong, or a couple of you must have been wrong, so you don't even have to look. Oh, there's others. There's another one that practically doubled the net profits from 2019 to 2021. What are we supposed to do with that? It's on your list. They doubled their net profit. Is that a hardship? You would say yes by operation of the formula. Committee thought about it, and enough members said no. It's not really a hardship, and so on. In every application you have in front of you that we said no and you're going to say yes, there is a rational reason for that score. A good reason for that score. And I gave you the rationale for the two nonprofits in front of you. One had $1 million in the bank, and the other, the level of service just could not measure up for a social club. And that's the story. So things are a lot more complex that was made out in the beginning. First, your understanding of the criteria is much different than ours. Mr. Carmody said it, the mayor said it. That's not what we applied. Someone got it wrong. Every meeting, on every score, we had the criteria in front of us, and we thought about the criteria, and we struggled to apply it. Sure, we had a variety of scores on the committee. I scored the lowest on this one nonprofit because they had $1 million. No one agreed with me. It's okay. Should my score be thrown out? Your answer is absolutely, Mike. Your score is irrational or infected, or something's wrong with it, or something wrong with you. I just stick to my guns and I said, no, you got $1 million, you don't have a hardship. So.
We are well over time. We are well over time.
I'm done, but I was applying the rule of self-defense.
You mean if I had stopped you 6 minutes ago when we were over time, is that what would have bought you the other 6 minutes?
Right. But I'm good. Thank you for your indulgence.
How about a new hand, if we're going to keep going?
Liz Davis, 31 Audette Drive. Okay, so a little bit of a headache here. I'm trying to think of this on a reasonable level. I see why there's so much confusion going on, and the differences are not going to be solved at this point. So I think it is in the best interest of this town to move forward in what we can do. I do agree with Councilor Tata that we need to make sure we double check our math, because that's key. I know if I'm going to propose a budget, I'm going to do it with 2 other eyes on it to make sure that it's accurate. I am a little concerned, and I don't have the background on this, but if you're going to approve, especially an app tonight that should have been not even put into the system because they didn't meet the criteria, I'm a little concerned with that, but I don't have the background on it. So I think at this point, because all of the issues going on, everybody had a little bit of blame in this, but we need to move forward. It's beyond the time now. 2 years, we need to do something. Businesses are, I know I'm getting calls all the time. People around town are getting all calls as well, and it's just putting us in a bad light. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Did you have your hand up, sir? Name and address for the record, please. Last speaker.
My name is Bala Samoji. I represent the Hungarian Club of Wallingford, Connecticut. And first of all, I wish to apologize for the fact that our problem is contributing to the fact that you are still sitting here and cannot go home and be with your family. And I also will include an apology for the kind of application we put in. Because now, looking through the application and looking through all that, I realized that it was a poorly constructed application. And I won't take up too much of your time, but let me tell you that the Hungarian Club of Wallingford has been on the surface of Wallingford for the past more than 100 years. It has been continuously present in Wallingford and has been holding annual Hungarian festival, which has attracted people from the outside of the state of Connecticut. We have people coming here from New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Now, as far as our activities are concerned, aside from maintaining our own organization out of our own efforts and out of our funds generated by ourselves without any outside activities, outside help. And I was amazed to hear that some of the nonprofits are generating $1 million a year. And I realized that we must have done something wrong not to even achieve that kind of level. Now, as far as the activities of the Hungarian Club are concerned, let me just tell you that as far as participating in the community aside from the Hungarian festival, we have adopted a scout troop, and the scout troop has occupied a portion of the Hungarian house for the past 7 years. We haven't charged a nickel for the fact that they are there. We also took it upon ourselves to store the music of the Wallingford Symphony Orchestra after the storage was declined at Choate School of Music. We are keeping our doors open, and we are not charging for certain activities. As far as the hardship of the pandemic is concerned, we were rather significantly affected by the pandemic. For 2 years, the doors of the Hungarian Club could not be open. We couldn't hold any functions. We couldn't rent the club out of the regulations that we had to live with. Again, I do appreciate the fact that you let me speak. I appreciate the fact that you let me voice my concerns. I do believe that the Hungarian Club does strongly qualify for the ARPA funds, and I would like to ask you to consider that appropriately. And I do thank you very much.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I thank the gentleman who just spoke in favor of that particular application. You know, that's the kind of exchange that I had anticipated at some point in this process. But Councilor Testa, you did ask a number about the scores, and I'm just focusing on that one application I was talking about before. And I think when I go through the scores, it'll indicate the frustration with where we are. At that particular meeting, 9 of the 10 members were there, and the scores were as follows. Understanding that a 70 is doable, right? 59, 65, 45, 80, 50, 75, 60, 60, and 50. So, was that 7-2? So 2 members of the body thought that that was an acceptable application, and the balance did not. And as you know, when we created this thing, we gave them a supermajority. Everything had to be by 7 votes. Well, here you have 7 of 9 in attendance, because it's a 10-person body, saying we recommend no further action. The scores reflect it, and yet under the calculation, and I have no reason to challenge, I mean, Counselor Allenson, thank you for sending me the spreadsheet. When calculated at the meeting, the average was 60. That's where it fell. But by this calculation, it becomes a 71.37. So just like helicopter approach, that's a little troubling. If it's not based upon the application, it's based upon a calculation that we're going to insert and shift. That's a 10-point shift. I mean, when the highest score on that application was an 80, and that is, well, the next one is a 75. Those are the only two that were over 70. So that's where I'm at. And I mean, you asked the question, but I think, you know, and we know what that application is for. That's where we're at. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm interested to know now, Mr. Gross mentioned that there is one mathematical error, and so now I'm interested to know what that is. Are we allowed, may I ask him to identify which one it is?
He's shaking his head no.
Yep, I appreciate that. Again, I just want to go back to the math here. I'm very uncomfortable that we're spending taxpayer money with nobody checking the math, and now I'm even more concerned because somebody's identified a potential error with one of these. Okay. Yeah, so whether the data that was used is incorrect, whether there's others that we missed that maybe should be on the list, or there's ones that are on the list that maybe shouldn't be. I don't know. I think it's irresponsible for us to spend taxpayer money on something that nobody's double checked the math on. And again, it's nothing against Councilor Allenson. It could be 100% right, but nobody's checked this. Nobody at the administration checked the math. Nobody made sure, there wasn't another person who had their eyes on this to make sure that this list is correct. I guess I don't think it's a responsible thing to do to approve the spending of money without that being checked. And so I would make a motion that we table the vote on this item until the administration reviews the mathematical formula and submits the recommendation back to the council.
There's a second motion to table this item, although for a different reason. Is there a second? There being none, the motion to table dies. Councilor Todd, are you done?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yep, Councilor Carmody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Councilor Tata brings up a good point. I don't think we should table, though. The application process has been delayed over and over and over again. What I do think, and I would like to propose a friendly amendment, that the applications are approved pending the review and confirmation by the administration of the accuracy of these numbers.
I'll second the amendment.
So the amendment's been accepted as a friendly amendment, so the motion can be amended as such. I don't see any other hands on the council. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Allenson.
Yes.
Councilor Carmody.
Yes.
Councilor Fishbein.
No.
Councilor Laffin.
Yes.
Councilor Marone.
No.
Councilor Tata.
Abstain.
Councilor Testa.
Yes.
Councilor Zandri.
Yes.
And Chairman Cervoni.
I vote yes, and the motion passes. On to item 10.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve an appropriation from the ARPA funds to businesses in the amount of $247,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded. There was a lot of overlapping discussion. Is there new discussion on this motion? Councilor Tata.
I'm not going to make the same motion because I'm sure it won't receive a second again, but I might ask if we can maybe amend the motion. Maybe Councilor Carmody might want to amend the motion again.
I think if we're looking for the same amendment, Councilor Laffin, would you amend your motion to include the review that was brought up by Councilor Carmody?
Yes, 100%. I was raising my hand before I could even finish.
Thank you.
And Councilor Allenson, will you second that?
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I just want to, since Vogue Nail Salon is on number 10, just for the record, recusing myself from any action on that item. But I do want to mention, in the exchange that we had before, one of the members of the public mentioned that business must be in existence in 2019. And I will bring to your attention, I don't remember if I brought this up at the meeting where that application came before this body, but I will bring to your attention that there was an application that the committee reviewed, and it was admitted to that that particular business did not exist in 2019. And as a result of that application was scored accordingly. That one did pass the committee. And I believe that particular application was previously approved. I did express objection because, hey, I read ARPA. I know the business is supposed to exist in 2019, but because it did pass, when the vote was made by the committee to honor the level, I did vote in favor of that before the committee. So, I just want to address that because a member of the public did mention that, and it should be troubling. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Laffin.
I was just going to make the comment about the amendment. Sorry.
Okay. Any further discussion on the council? Any further discussion from the public? Mr. Gross?
I'll finish up from before Bob Gross. Nobody wanted to fail any of these groups, not-for-profits, businesses. As Ms. Allison's heard on the tape, I was for, if they passed, they passed. But you have one tonight that you're looking at that has almost $1 million in losses. One-person business loses money every year. Didn't lose as much during the pandemic as it did before the pandemic. And one of the things that you said in your thing here is that it needs to be sustainable. How is this business going to be sustainable? They have $1 million in losses and virtually no sales. I mean, to Councilor Fishbein's point, you had a woman who came here from Yalesville, popcorn, and she was here every meeting asking, when's ARPA, I really could use the money, etc. Never saw an application from her. I don't know if but the reason you didn't probably see an application from her, because she followed the guidelines. She was not in business in 2019. You needed to be in business January 1st, because they needed to see a full year to grade you on, not us, but this is CARES Act, to see whether you really sustained any losses. If you started business in 2020, how can you show that you had any losses? That's a business that's going to be aggrieved if you pass some of these, because that woman should come back here and say, hey, I didn't pass in my application because I was following your guidelines. She has every right to say, I would like the $25,000 also. And I feel for her if you do pass some of these that do not meet the CARES Act right off the bat. Thank you.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Mr. Gross bringing up that particular application. And I just want to take a moment to, some people up here have not reviewed the applications, indicate the financials for this particular business. As represented in the application, backed up by the tax records, in 2019, they had a $99,000 loss. So that's pre-pandemic. In 2020, at a loss of $34,000. So they're doing better, at least on paper, during the pandemic. But in 2021, they were at minus $81,000. The tax returns reflect that there was a capital negative of $1 million. So on average, over the last 10 years or so, the business was running at a loss of about $10,000. So is $25,000 going to do anything here for this business? So then you ask, what is the application for? Well, the representation is that they're going to rent, I will sign a lease and renovate a storefront in Wallingford to have a flagship store for the business. The store will be unique, designed and built by my designer. The store will sell my stuff. The store will require a full gut and renovation. The store is currently being vacated, and I have been discussing this project. But there's no indication that this business can be operated, and yet we're giving them $25,000. I think Congress had a better vision here. But, you know, once again, this application was scored accordingly based upon the rubric, the scoring criteria that we were given, and but by the scoring process that we are faced with tonight, they win the lottery. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no further hands, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Allenson?
Yes.
Counselor Carmody?
Yes.
Counselor Fishbein?
No.
Counselor Lappin?
Yes.
Counselor Marone?
No.
Counselor Tata?
Abstain.
Counselor Testa?
Yes.
Counselor Zandri?
Yes.
And Chairman Cervoni.
Yes, the motion passes. On to item 11. So we have an ARPA committee where the majority of its members have voted to take no further action. We are left with a committee that we are told is not going to continue the work we appointed it to do, and there's not much we can do with that. So I bring it back to the council to discuss how to continue to act to address the remaining applications that the ARPA committee, as it had existed, has refused to act upon. Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, given where we are and the fact that it appears that it doesn't really matter what the applications are for, I make a motion to approve all applications that have not already been addressed.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. So you would forsake the process that the committee has painstakingly undergone for all these months, putting aside the applications that remain ungranted and have been reviewed, but the applications that have not been reviewed by the committee should just be rubber stamped by the council. Is that what your motion is? Do I understand that correctly?
That's what this body just did with regard to the ones that were already done. So, I mean, why send somebody to do the review if it doesn't matter what's in the application is the impression. The law department has already vetted some that, you know, UHY has not, well, didn't properly determine that they shouldn't have even come to the committee.
Is this motion made with all seriousness in the
Yeah.
hope that it passes?
I don't ever come here for hopes of anything, but The motion is made in all seriousness because what I just evidenced was arbitrary approval of applications that were not based upon the content of the application, but based upon some other desire to give money out. And that's about it. I mean, why you would give money to a business that isn't really a business. I mean, there are some applications that $25,000 is more than the business has ever made. There were some applications that were like $3,500 was the most they ever made, and they're putting in applications for $25,000.
So you're arguing against your own motion?
No, I'm not. I'm saying we ultimately, as the arbiters, should be looking at the applications. But if we're not going to...
That's not what your motion is.
I understand, because my motion would have been totally different if those two last things didn't pass. If the result of the last two items were, we're going to have a workshop, and we're going to look at all the applications, and we're going to re-examine and look at the actual criteria. I mean, I would love to have an exercise where I give every member of this body applications and black out who they are and all that stuff, and have us score and then explain our scores. And I'll tell you, more than likely they're going to be something along the lines of what was just manipulated. So, yeah, I make the motion in all candor.
Councilor Testa.
Was that motion seconded?
By Councilor Marone.
So now we're on that motion?
You are.
Yeah, I'm not on that motion. I'll wait.
So you don't have comment on that motion?
I wanted to talk on the agenda item.
You still can.
Not while there's a motion on the table. Right? Discussion should be related to the motion.
I think it's appropriate if you're talking about the agenda item.
All right.
It's appropriate to the motion.
If you recall, a few weeks ago, I sent an email to everybody posing the question of touching base with any of the committee members who did not vote in favor of disbanding, even though they didn't vote to disband, effectively they did. Well, let's just say who did not vote in favor of ceasing the review of applications and asking them if they'd continue to do so, so that we would still have somebody to do that task. And so here we are with an agenda item to talk about what to do next. So I would like to see us take that approach for starters. We clearly need to move forward. If the committee we appointed no longer wants to do that, then we need to do something else. And it still makes sense to have somebody other than us screen the applications that have been passed along by the consultant. We can revise criteria if you wish, we can, whatever. But if they are not going to do this, or they're not willing to do this, then we're going to do it ourselves. So then we need to decide how we're going to do that. So I'm against the motion. And if that is voted down, then I would propose what I just said.
Councilor Laffin.
Thank you. I'm also against the motion because I feel like the intent of what we had set up before was still the path to stay on. And I agree with Councilor Testa's concept. It was an idea that I had talked about with a few people as well. Let those that wish to continue, continue. The scores are the scores. So I don't understand, I'm still stuck on this, and I brought it up in the last meeting. And we've heard now different information about how those votes would happen, whether all the votes were yes or no, or everybody agreed passing is passing, failing is failing. The score is the score. And it's evident when you look at the range of the scores that in a lot of scenarios that they were gamed, that there was a very low score. And not that somebody didn't try and game it the other way. And I'm sure actually, if you look at the subsequent meetings, you start to probably see a reaction from members trying to compensate for the gaming of the votes, gaming of the scores. The scores are the scores. I think it's still important that they be looked at because there were organizations and businesses that were not considered to be passed along to us in that circumstance. And it's not about just handing the money out to everybody. Just because something's difficult doesn't mean we don't do it. That's what we're here for. It was said earlier, it's not about worthiness, it's a mathematical equation. Well, those original scores was about worthiness. Those were judgments. And and to be fair, there were members of this council, there were members appointed to that committee that didn't want to give out any money at all. And it's confusing to me, the back and forth between give it all away, don't give it all away, or we're not interested in reviewing, and then we are interested in reviewing. It's just like, it's like Councilor Carmody had stated earlier, this is just, we need to keep this going, and we don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We can just get this done, and it is on us. It is difficult. It is way more difficult than it should have been, but it is difficult, and it's our responsibility to get it done. And just waving a magic wand and approving potentially unsuitable applications is not the answer. Thanks.
Councilor Morone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I think there's really three things we could do here, right? We could move forward with the committee as is. You could appoint new people to the committee and round out the numbers, or you could just wave a magic wand and pass them all, which is what we did tonight. So it's hard for me to give this back to any portion of the committee and say, look, the council couldn't care less what you did with your work so far, right? We looked at the scores. We know some of these businesses don't meet the criteria, but we passed them anyway because that's what we wanted to do. So now we're going to say, go back, spend all this time scoring all these sheets to come back to the end when the council is just going to say, it doesn't make a difference anyway. We're just going to pass them. So I think the only logical step in this regard is if we talk about doing things, not shying away from things that are difficult. Well, tonight we shied away from something that was difficult, right? We set criteria in the beginning. We agreed that these businesses did not meet the criteria, and then we passed them through anyway. So why waste our time? Why waste these good people's time looking at these things when we don't have the stones to then at the end say these people don't get money? I understand that saying no is very difficult, right? I work in a job where you say no a lot, and I appreciate that it's hard for people. This council cannot, we're never going to get to a point where we're going to be able to say no, right? And I as much as I don't like it, I accept that that's the reality. And so just pass everyone. And then if the law department finds ones that aren't acceptable because they don't meet the criteria, then they can handle it at that point. But I mean, I'm not sure why we're going to send someone else into the firing line to just have us overturn it at the end anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Allenson.
So, my, I guess, creative math that I've been accused of using arose out of my observations of the meeting, observations or my listening to, because it was mostly just audio. And in the very formation of the committee, the reason why I continued to watch was because in the January 31st meeting, there was a lot of accusation of politicizing. And so I said, if I'm going to be accused of something, I should probably watch for the result of that accusation. And most of that conversation happens between a certain couple of people who have the lowest scores on average. So I would say this precluded me to believe that there was maybe some already hesitance to give out money for this cause anyways, as they were people who wanted it also to go 100% to town projects. So to say to me that the work that I did was me not reviewing applications, did I specifically review applications? Not all of them, but I did watch you review them. So if you're telling me that you didn't do a good job representing your review of the applications, that's not my problem. So I am all for Councilor Testa's proposal that we allow the people who have not resigned to continue their work. This needs to keep going. This is not political. If we were going to call everything political, our elections are every 2 years. So what are we supposed to do? We work for 14 months and then we spend 10 months where we wait until the next election cycle to do anything? That's ridiculous. The spirit of this motion is disrespectful because, in fact, we still have 7 that we have no action on because of missing documentation, which we haven't decided as a council whether or not we're going to, like when we're going to review those, et cetera, et cetera. We still have 11 that are not passing based on the standard deviation, and I'm talking about, and this is businesses, through the final meeting. When you go to nonprofits, sure, all nonprofits pass, but by and large, the committee did judge them much with the standard deviation, I should say, because one did not in the last meeting, but with the standard deviation does. By and large, it seemed that we felt that nonprofits were more worthy in the first place. And I get it. Some people are not good business people, but it is not for me to say that I can walk in your size 11s with my size 8s. That's not an effective way to do things. I tried to be respectful to the committee by using data. I'm sorry that I had to use some of your own data against you. And if the minutes were incorrect, it's because I wasn't following along. I was listening, and I was recording all of these scores off of the minutes. This is no disrespect to Cheryl Ann, because she did a phenomenal job, and I would like to thank you. Like, amazing. I cannot express that enough. So let's just leave it there. We're still, like I said, we're still saying no to a lot. Sure. Does it pass a little bit more? Yes. But I just want the work to get done. To say that we've just blanket accepted all of these it's grossly inaccurate. 20% still fail. Just for the record, that's 1 out of 5. And 7 of them, again, 13% of total reviewed, are still not even on the table. So 27%, or sorry, no, 33%, we actually are either not taking action on or haven't been taken action on yet. This is frustrating because when I put a lot of work into something, and when I go back and I watch Board of Ed budget meetings, and I watch ARPA application committee meetings, and I watch many of the other interests that I have around the town, and then get accused of politicizing something that is And it's not me that's being accused of politicizing something. I want to say that the people who are voting yes to the standard deviation, somehow we've been told that we're being extra biased towards these things. I don't know most of the people involved in these businesses and nonprofits. I just know that these are people out there in my community that need help. And if one small calculation is the difference between giving them some help, $25,000 out of $1 million, it's not very much. It's certainly not going to build a whole park. So this motion is ridiculous. I would love to just call the vote so that we can get rid of it and then move on to business that needs to actually take place here, which is, what are we actually going to do about the committee? Are we going to continue with the 4 people, the 1 who was absent and the 3 who voted no, to stop working? What are we doing about that? Because we still have, I'm assuming, at least 3, maybe 4 people who want to do the work. So let's move on. And let's stop making everything an argument about absolutes, because this is not absolute. That's all for me. Thank you.
Anyone from the public care to comment? Ms. Davis?
Good evening, 31 Odette Drive, Liz Davis. If you're going to continue with this committee, I would make a recommendation that if you are going to stay with the current one, get somebody on the committee who knows how to look at and improve grants. So, because that's going to help you. And this will not be as divisive. That's my first recommendation to you. Make it an odd number as well, and do what needs to be done. Thank you. You guys are doing a good job.
Thanks.
Bob Gross, Long Hill Road. I have to say that the group as a whole was not divisive at all. The group really worked well. And you had people appointed by the mayor in the same room with people that, I was on that committee. I don't know if it's being the accusation that I was one of those people who felt the money should go to the town from the start, but I have to say, as every application came in, I not only looked at those applications, but if the application fit the criteria, and that's what the people in the room did, then it got approved. You approved applications tonight that did not meet your criteria. So Attorney Fishbeine's right. What is the point? You have some big applications coming up. Gaylord for $1 million. You're going to deny them? I don't know the application. And one thing that was upset the panel on the right and on the left, because there were Republicans and Democrats in the room, was that we felt, and Councilor Allison, listen to the tape, you will hear people in that room felt that they were not taken seriously because the standard deviation was applied, but nobody looked at the applications. And we know who looked at the applications. We have a way of telling who looked at every application. And we could see till this day that some people still haven't looked at some of these applications that were approved tonight. So you blindly approve. So to Attorney Fishbeine's point, some of you approved these blindly anyway, which is sad, and it shouldn't have been done. I mean, I'm at a loss of words, and usually that's not somebody like me. But you really do have to act on them. We were working really well. We would have had these done by now. I think Attorney Bradinsky's here. I think by mid-April, We were planning on having them all done. We had the schedules all out. They were all done. That's right. Some of the ones that we passed on, that we just gave them back to you, were some that they did not have documentation from the state. They seem to be in arrears with the state of Connecticut, which is a no-no on here. But we didn't sit in judgment and just say, fail. We said, we send it back to you. They should fail because that's one of the criteria. But that's why you got some of them back. Or they didn't have some information. And lastly, the reason they're only audio, because that's all the equipment we have. This is one of the things that should have been done with some of the ARPA money, is to make us go into the 21st century and at least be able to have meetings distant or recorded for posterity so you could be able to see them. But we didn't spend any money on that. Thank you.
Robin Hetrick, Williams Road. I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but I wanted to point out a couple things that I think people might be missing. The first one is that throughout the entire process, a couple of times tonight I heard, especially Mr. Fishbein, indicate that if they had had the chance to talk to the people that had put the applications in, and he is on the committee that did not allow any applicants to speak during their process. They invited the applicants, but the applicants were not allowed to speak. So I think some of this might have been avoided if that was allowed. And I don't know if this committee can change that going forward, but that may be a recommendation. Secondly, I think it's difficult when you're comparing organizations that have professional grant writers who do nothing all day long but write grants, and you're putting them in the same pool with the common everyday small business person or smaller nonprofits that don't have professional grant writers. And yet they're being held to the same standard and being talked about in those ways at the meeting. And I think if there's some way to set guidelines to even out those things, or at least understand that not everyone is a professional grant writer when they're writing these applications, and had more information gone back or maybe been requested of the people, you might have had a better result, and so that might improve the process. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, I bring it back to the council. Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of struggling with the motion and with the other idea that was presented. I don't want to come across as sounding arrogant by saying this, but way back in the beginning, exactly where we are was my concern, which is why I didn't want to go down this road. This is probably almost 2 years ago now. Because I said if we do this with the money, we're going to be picking winners and losers. Someone's not going to be happy. Politics are going to come into it. It's going to be who you know. It's going to be, could you afford to have somebody write a great application? Could you not? A lot of factors that would come into play that now have proven that they have. So this was my fear. This is why I fought so hard against this in the committee initially. And now it's played out. And now that we're here, I'm not sure, I don't see any good way forward. I appreciate Councilor Fishbein's motion because I think all it recognizes is exactly what we did earlier tonight. We had applications that our very, very knowledgeable committee members told us, not just tonight, but prior to tonight, that they were not complete. Some had errors. Many of them, the majority of the committee scored low, and yet we passed them. So I recognize the motion as just saying, let's just pass everybody, because that's basically what we did. And if there are legal problems, then we would hope that the consultant in the law department would catch those. So I understand the motion, but I also don't think I'm supportive because I don't want to see us blindly giving the money, even though that's what happened earlier tonight. In regards to the other idea that Councilor Testa mentioned that I think we may have a motion on later, I don't like the idea that the committee now, I feel like we had the best of the best. I thought the committee was doing really great work. They were working well together. I thought their conversations were good. I think they came to some good conclusions, and I don't think that this council certainly would put in the effort that they did. We have a lot of other things going on, budget and everything, and I don't know that we'll find other members of the community to replace them, because I'm not sure who would want to volunteer for this at this point. I mean, you look at what happened. I don't know why you would want to. And the people that remain on the committee, I don't know. I'm not sure who exactly they are. I'm not sure who the four we're discussing are. But I don't know how I feel about that either, because I don't know. So I'm kind of at a loss right now, and I just wanted to share my thoughts with the rest of the council. I don't really see a good way out of this at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, I want to deal with the procedural thing. There was some confusion about procedure, how decisions were made by the board, whether or not there was an understanding that if something made a certain level, that it had to be approved by the members. I will tell you, from my perspective, I never came to the table with that understanding. Every time, after an application was scored, that average score was read off, a motion was made, many times by myself, to act in accordance with the prior decision of the group as far as the threshold. When I didn't make that motion, I will tell you that every time it came around to me, I thought about it. I had no understanding that I was bound, but as far as I recall, every single one of those votes was A, unanimous, and B, by roll call. So I just want to set that aside. We heard tonight, get it over with. Let's, these people are waiting. The best way to do this is to give them the money, and then the due diligence that I've been part of in the many, many meetings, spent a lot of time and attention to reviewing applications. I guess to some it doesn't matter, just give it out. The simple fact of the matter is, I heard before that there are applications that we've rejected. Well, I wasn't at that meeting. This body has not rejected any application. This body has not rejected any application. We have never voted on that issue. So I foresee, at the end of the day, even those that aren't recommended by the committee, that don't make it by the standard deviation, are going to be lined up at the microphone sometime during the summer saying, we put in an application, we've been here, give us the money. We heard about, the chance to talk aspect. And what I was talking about is the process. I mean, the body itself voted not to have individuals, applicants come and talk about their application. And the reason why I supported that was fairness. Now, I understand there's grant writers out there, and, we have professional entities that are nonprofits that regularly put in grants. We also have lawyers out there that, will go and advocate for their client. So now what happens when the body opens it up to advocates coming, and then you have, these are supposed to help out people that are, businesses and nonprofits that are hurting, many of which may not be able to hire counsel. and now you have disparate treatment. So by not having that interjection, everyone is basically kept by the criteria. Submit an application, submit your supporting documents, and the committee will review. So what I was talking about earlier was I had always envisioned at some point in the process those applicants coming before this body and advocating. I think it's just natural. It's going to happen. There is no requirement that there be a committee. You know, I guess it's possible that we could go to the consultant and say, you know, strip down the criteria. Well, they're supposed to be ascertaining whether or not it applies to ARPA anyway, right? So we know that in not all cases they've been successful in making that determination, but we certainly, because, you know, are they located in Wallingford? Are they a business? You know, have they been in existence since 2019? You know, that's about it. I'm happy that I've been part of this process because I know some of these applications, and, you know, when the senior center put in their application for a grief counselor, you know, something that they apparently didn't have before, I thought that was a really good thing, that they wouldn't have without this funding. When the library put in to have a service to explain and teach seniors how to work with the internet, you know, we all run across our grandparents and things like that, and elderly people that you know, are not adept at the internet, and, you know, and we just went through the pandemic where people were like shut into their homes. You know, that was a project that I'm proud about, and I wouldn't know about that if I just sat up here and pushed a button without looking at the applications. There are plenty of applications that I'm happy that we have approved. I guess the motion is made out of frustration at a certain level, because the balance is just give them the money. They've been waiting long enough. It doesn't matter what the backup is. It doesn't matter whether or not they were actually impacted. I mean, there are applications that indicated through the pandemic that some of the businesses had better all the way through. I don't think that was the original intent of ARPA. You know, we have a problem with an application right now that I think we were all contacted on, that the committee approved early on for a karate place here in town. I thought it was a great application. Had lots of backup, explained how their equipment was damaged during the pandemic. They had a very detailed list as to what they were going to purchase. It was a nice, strong application. But then we find out post-approval that apparently they were not up to date with their local taxes. Now, that's something that the consultant should have flagged right away, right? That was an easy thing. What?
The consultant didn't check with our tax office. That was not part of their analysis.
Well, maybe it should have been. Well, maybe it should have been. I don't know. I mean, I reviewed the contract. I reviewed the contract, and it was part of their job was to ascertain on whether or not the applicants were eligible.
And the applicants certified that they were current on their taxes. That is a local matter. We had this whole, I don't know why we keep going backwards. You know what, I don't even want to talk about this. I'm so over this.
Okay, but that's an example of whomever was supposed to check it, right? The committee spent its time reviewing. The committee approved that application. It was brought to this body through the mayor's office. The mayor advocated approval. We approved it. And I don't know what the status of that is, but I foresee that someone on this body may say, well, it's a one-off and, you know.
No, I brought it to your attention. I did not name the applicant. I told you that their application made a misrepresentation, could have been perfectly innocent as to what the status of their taxes was when they filed the application, and I told you, I brought it to your attention, and it was decided that that should not go forward. I brought it to you.
When was that vote made?
I don't know what the date is.
Is the what?
So it was the special meeting.
No, yes, they were removed from the list, but I do not recall a affirmative vote by this body to reject that application. They were removed from the list of approvals for that night. That's my point. We have not undertaken, I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, we have not undertaken an action to deny that application.
You did not single out that application. I asked you for a list of things, I believe. And we can always check the vote, but I left here believing that you authorized that that was not going to go forward any further. And I think my memo asked for several things. I brought several things to your attention, and that was decided. That's my recollection.
Okay, well, we received an email within the last week asking about.
I know, because the person, after I told the person that it would not go forward, they said, is there anything I could do? I said, I can't do anything about it. It's between, whether anybody else is willing to do it, that would be the mayor and the council, not me.
Yes, and then that person that emailed the council, please help. So, you know, that's the status. But anyway, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Allenson.
I just want to address this one application, and this is way in the weeds and out of the nature of the motion. We're talking about the committee. We're not talking about application approvals. So we did get an email, and so I'm not really sure why we're pretending like we didn't know what the situation was and what this person explained to us. In my opinion, by the way that it was explained to me, it was an innocent mistake. But no, have we voted, have we discussed whether or not we're going to bring it back? We haven't. However, you can feel free to put that on an agenda at some future time. I'm sure we can have a nice 3-hour meeting about it, but it's not the subject of what we're talking about here.
All right, I see no more hands. Let's call the roll on Councilor Fishbine's motion.
Counselor Allenson.
No.
Counselor Carmody.
No.
Counselor Fishbein.
Yes.
Counselor Lappin.
No.
Counselor Marone.
Yes.
Counselor Tata.
No.
Counselor Testa.
No.
Counselor Zandri.
No.
And Chairman Cervoni.
No, the motion fails. Counselor Testa?
I don't know if I should make this a motion. I guess I could. I'll make a motion that we approach the remaining members of the committee, ARPA committee, to see if they would like to continue performing their duties on our behalf.
I think you probably need to be more specific.
I know.
Only because
they're all on their committee. Make a motion, we approach those committee members who did not vote to discontinue reviewing applications and ascertain whether they would entertain continuing their function.
Second.
Moved, seconded by Counselor Allenson.
Having made that, I mean, I'm open to suggestions. If you may want to suggest adding to it, I don't, I just think it's important that we have somebody doing this. Or we're going to be doing it ourselves, either way.
We'll get back to you in a bit.
Yeah, thanks.
Counselor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we ask all existing committee members if they would like to continue their review. I would feel better giving them all the opportunity to make that decision now that some time has passed. So that's my.
So are you?
Well, I don't know that they said they quit.
So
Well,
you're off your mic, Counselor Testa.
Yes, they said they quit. They didn't give us a letter of resignation, but they said, we are no longer going to do what you asked us to do. So I had an employee that said that to me. I wouldn't say, oh, so you're going to take a vacation? I would say, oh, so you quit. And they would say, yes, I quit. And I'm not being bitter, I'm not being petty, I'm saying, they said we're not going to do our job anymore. So I don't know how you misinterpret that.
So where are we with the amendment? It sounds to me like you've come back around, Counselor Testa, to rejecting it as a friendly amendment. Am I correct?
I have no objection. I just think, if you think that would be a nice gesture, fine.
I will not second that.
And I'm only saying that because I would assume that we're going to ask them all, and the ones that said they quit are going to say no. So this is a way of saying to the people that didn't vote to stop working, that you can still continue as a committee. So how we word it, I'm fine with. If you think that, I'm not looking to burn bridges here.
Can we?
I'm looking to understand the motion that's being considered, and so I apologize if I'm being a pain, but
you're not.
I need you to be definitive so that we can figure out what to do with the amendment.
I will be definitive. I'll change my motion to be, make a motion that we approach the ARPA Working Committee members and ascertain whether or not any are still interested in performing their functions as we originally requested. Is that all right?
Second.
Okay.
Because in doing so, we're letting the people that voted against discontinuing, let them know we still need you to do the job. So, and I'll add to that motion with the understanding that those who say no are relieved forthwith.
All right, so we have a revised motion. Cheryl Ann, do you have all that? Okay, and now we have it seconded by Carmody. All right. I saw Counselor Marone's hand next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So to Councilor Testa, I guess my question is, let's just complete the thought. So to what end? So you want them to continue doing what the committee did now, with the understanding that the standard deviation thing would apply, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
want somebody looking at these applications for us.
I mean, I do too, I guess, but I guess if we're, I don't know, we kind of rode herd over the committee's decisions already, right? So why not have
No, we
council
didn't.
just do
No,
it?
and I don't accept that depiction.
Well, that's
We
from the
didn't
point
run
of view.
herd over anybody.
Well, that's from the point of view of the committee, right? Because they wouldn't have stepped down if
Right,
they felt
some of them.
listened to.
Like I said, we keep, it keeps being presented that way, you know? We exercised our right to make the decisions on this that we've had from the beginning. And maybe we're clumsy about it. We didn't run, maybe not, but we didn't run roughshod over people. I don't put it that way. Right? Some people said, listen, I don't like what you did, so I'm not going to continue to do what you asked us to do. Well, now let's go back and say, are you sure? Because we still need you to do the job. Will you still do it? Not the way you're doing it. Okay, then you're fired. I mean, you know, there you go, right? We still need people to do this. So let's go to them and ask. That's it.
And then question number 2 is, so let's say that like 4 people or 6 people or whatever say they're not going to do it. Do we replace those people with other people?
No.
So we're okay with having a committee of like potentially 2 or 3 people?
Yep.
Like what would be the minimum number? What if only one person wants to do it?
Well, then they're going to be very busy.
I don't think that's the case. But we won't know until we poll.
I intended to be flipped. I just want someone doing this.
Okay.
May I make a friendly
Anyone
amendment?
but us?
Just a friendly amendment to say the work starts, like restarts again immediately. Because we don't want it to be like, well, we never intended to stop forever, just until next year. You know what I mean? So.
Mr. Carmody, do you accept that? Second, all right. Counselor Fishbein.
Then they wonder why we're still sitting here talking about ARPA. So, all we got to do is reduce the quorum. You've already got people on the committee. So reduce the quorum to 3. Have a meeting. Why not?
Because there's a certain degree of insubordination in what's gone on that I'm not happy about, to be frank.
Insubordination.
And rather than ask people to resign, I'll give them the opportunity to say, I don't want to be on the committee anymore. Otherwise, you make a motion to dismiss all those who voted to discontinue reviewing applications for us. I mean, we don't have to get nasty about this, but no, if they don't want to do it, quit.
Okay. So what's your timeline? Okay. So tomorrow, somebody reaches out to these individuals, and who's going to make the determination as to whether or not their responses result in some further action and what action that is?
There's no reason we can't have, I am being a little flip. There's no reason we can't give it a few days, have the law department, the town clerk, the chair through the town clerk can reach out with a request and give everybody a few days to think about it and get back to us.
Excuse me, with all due respect, sir, the law department is not doing that.
Right.
This is on you. This is your committee. You guys do it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I agree with you.
My
there.
apologies.
No problem. As soon as I said it, I knew that was a mistake. So I went right back to the chair.
So the only barrier that...
The mayor's going to do it.
The only barrier that this body has to continuing on is the fact that, I mean, they could have met in some way, shape, or form.
You refer to the council as this body as well. So which
No,
body
I'm
are you talking
about? The body that we're talking about reaching out to.
You mean
that
the
body.
ARPA committee?
That body.
Thank you for clarifying.
Well, it's within the context of the item that's before us. So I'll refer to it as that body.
Yes.
Could have attempted to meet in the interim and to establish a quorum. And that did not happen. And perhaps that did not happen because of low expectations as to that quorum being met. When this body, that body, was originally created, nobody directed them how to start. I actually called the first meeting and the organizational meeting. So, you know, that body still exists in some way, shape, or form, and the only barrier is the quorum number, which I think is I think it's 7. So if we just change the quorum, those that go, because you said yourself that you'd be comfortable with 2 or 3 people doing this work. Amen. Change it to 3. There's 4 apparently that voted, well, 3 of them, 1 was absent, in a certain fashion. And they can do it this week instead of delaying this. We hear about delays. Because it's just going to call for us to have another meeting up here and talk about where we are and what are the next steps. We can fix this tonight. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if we lower the quorum number,
just like we did for ordinance.
Who's to say, so then what happens? Who calls a meeting of the committee?
There's a vice chair of the committee who was not one of those individuals who expressed disinterest in continuing. Or,
This does not make any sense.
okay,
This does not make, so randomly, one of the ones who voted not to do any more work just says, I think I'll wander down to what their meeting is, and maybe I'll vote on a few tonight, and then I won't vote on the next night.
well, that's how we do ordinance. We reduce the quorum on
That's
ordinance.
not the same thing. They don't make decisions on the ordinance committee. It comes back here to the full board, and it's all you anyway.
But we-
Come on, this does
ordinance-
not make any sense.
The ordinance committee makes motions
Leaving
and
people on a
votes.
committee who voted not to do the work is ridiculous.
I'm just
I
looking
gotta
to
tell you
get
something,
this
this
done.
is not a good look for you people.
I'm just
It's
looking to
just
get
not
this
a good look.
done. We keep on hearing about delays, and this is just another delay.
All right, so there are apparently 4 people. Who are they? Name them, appoint them, and be done with it. And if they come back and say, we're not going to serve, then you got a problem. Otherwise, you got a committee that's up and running. That's my suggestion.
I have no problem with that. You're still going to have to deal with the quorum, which is probably going to be 3. So you end up at the same place.
I understand what you're saying, but I guess I want to make it clear that anyone who decided that they no longer wanted to do the job because of the changes we made needs to resign. That's my feeling. So this is a way for that to happen. I mean, do I have, that's putting it bluntly. They said they don't want to continue reviewing applications. I suppose maybe some of them were thinking we would change our mind and let them go back to doing it the way they were doing it without our interference. I don't know, but we want somebody to continue, hopefully, reviewing applications for us. So I have no problem going to everybody with one offer. Do you want to continue doing it, or do you not? If it's no, thank you very much for your service. And the rest of you, let's get to work. And if we have to tweak it because of the numbers, we can tweak it. I'm not sure what
I thought you said you were done.
confusing about that.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Counselor Fishbein.
So what happens if individuals of the committee resign and no one is appointed in their place? What do you do then? Aren't you at the same place? So let's just say that what is it, there's 10 on the committee, and 6 have expressed this concern. Those 6 resign, and they are not, and no one is appointed in their place. What do you do then? You still have a body of 4, but let's just, and the other suggestion was take the 4 and create a new committee, reappoint. You're going to end up with the same process that happened at the beginning. Who's going to start the process and all that stuff? I'm just saying, we have a group. If you reduce the quorum, as we did for this group, they're just making recommendations, right? So it seems like the most expedient way to get someone to review. Now, if those 4 remaining all say, you know, we're adverse, then that comes back to us, and then it's a different look. But I think you end up in the same place either way, potentially. And I think well, I've said my piece.
Okay, Counselor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a shame that Janice's comments weren't a motion. I would have seconded that. I really think, with all deference to Councilor Testa's motion and his additional thought on it, we don't necessarily need the existing members to come forward and say, you know, I resign. You know, we can take action tonight to basically maintain the 4 individuals that voted no, the 3 that voted no, and the 1 that was absent who would have voted no. That individual is the vice chair. They can restart and just get going. But I kind of like the original motion where we were just going to proceed with the 4. But I'm willing to go ahead and support this motion to get us to the next step, get that final answer out of everybody, and then get us going. My only concern is that, you know, we've seen this work stoppage now. There's nothing that would have stopped any of these current folks from restarting. They willfully took a vote to stop work, and they have not come forward to take any action to restart it. So my concern is if all the members come back, what if they host a meeting and they do 1 application each meeting and then just do 1 and go home? I don't want to have to set a bunch of guardrails around what they do, but it should be like it was before. Get a bunch of them, figure out what you can do in a 2 or 3 hour period, and bang, get them done. You know, Mr. Glidden subbed in for 1 meeting, and I'm told from the review of that, because I didn't review that particular meeting, it was one of the fastest and most efficient meetings run. They executed everything inside of 2 hours. So I'm just as content to move forward with the 4 that wanted to do the work in the first place, not people that are having second thoughts now. But again, I'd like to support anything that'll get us off the dime and get this process restarted. Thank you.
Counselor Allenson.
I don't honestly care if we ask. I tend to love the energy that Attorney Small is putting out here, because I completely agree with you. At this point, though, like, we got to move. Like, we got to do something. I am for the 4 people who have not formally resigned or have not expressed the want to stop doing the work. Reaching out to them. If the rest of this group wants us to reach out to the other 5 or 6 as well, because I believe it was 10. I guess I think it's silly. I feel like it's a resignation, but I love Councilor Testa, and I will support him and Councilor Carmody if that's what they want to do, in the spirit of, okay, guys, if you're not going to do the work, these are the options. You either resign or you do the work. So, we could go around about this until midnight tonight, and I'm hoping we don't have to. Everybody looks tired and wants to go home.
We're getting close.
But I personally, I hope that the 4 are still willing to do it, especially after I know some of them are watching this. But again, I would support this motion if that's what the majority of the council wants. If the majority of the council says just let the 4 do it and don't reach out to the rest, I don't have a problem with that either. But why not just ask ourselves to just by show of hands, who thinks we should just do 4 and who thinks we should just do 9? Then we can amend the motion accordingly.
We can't do that.
Why not?
We either have to vote on it or not.
Okay, well,
We can't do straw polls.
fair enough.
Counselor Laffin.
On November 8th, by a vote of 5 to 2, we voted to change the 7-vote requirement for the ARPA Review Committee decisions so that the committee decisions are passed by a vote of a majority plus 1 of those present and able. Majority
All right.
plus 1 of those present and able.
Yeah. Mr. Gross is flapping his wings.
Those present. No, of those present, it says.
Bob Gross, Long Hill Road. Be real quick, though.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I'll do this.
No.
And pull this up. Bob Gross, Long Hill Road. I sat on that committee. I was there the night that we had the vice chair run the meeting. I felt that that meeting, no disrespect to Councilor Zandri, he wasn't there, but that meeting was not well run. I felt it did a disservice, and other members did too, because when Chairman Brudzinski runs a meeting, everybody speaks. So the person who has the application in front of us knows where we came from, knows why we made the decision we made, and it's spelled out. We received letters, not me personally, but the ARPA committee has received letters thanking us, even from some people that we failed, for the time that we took to do the process, because they witnessed the process that was done. I mean, if you want to go through them quickly, that's fine. Chairman Glidden did it quickly, or Vice Chairman Glidden. There was no discussion. And so I felt that the participants who had the applications were not treated fairly. They didn't know what was really happening. And to, I think it was Councilor Zandri, that if the people were asked or whatever, would they do one application, whatever, that board acted so responsibly and ethically that they would not do anything to harm the process. This group was for spending the money. There was no question about it. But they didn't pass ones again that did not meet your requirements or ARPA requirements. And you better be careful of that, because many got through UHY. Few got through UHY that do not meet the CARES Act and should never have been in our folders. And that's something you should be careful of. And lastly, why don't you just do it? Why doesn't the council, you're going to be the final arbiter anyway, why don't you just sit and spend 10 to 20 hours doing the applicants that are probably in front of you, spend a couple weekends or whatever, and do it. Because you're going to be the final arbiter anyway, so you should be the ones looking at them. Thank you.
Mr. Muir.
Joe Muir, Economic Development Commission, 10:30 at night. You know, we're all adults, at least that's what I was told. You know, someone says that they resign, you know, so be it, move on. Nothing ever good comes of begging somebody to come back. Look, they were adults. I feel sorry. I commend them for the work that they did. I appreciate what they did, but they got to a point where they were fed up And they have a right to be. It's America. And you have a right to move forward with the 4 people that didn't resign and giving them the responsibility. For you guys to take it on yourself, I think is ridiculous. I would hope that the town has more pressing matters for you to do. And we need a check and balance. And those 4 people will give you the check and balance. As long as they understand that they're a review and not an audit committee. I think that's where the first committee went wrong. There's too much analyzation, too much audit functions, and not enough checking. And that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more hands, I bring it back to the council. And Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Allenson?
I honestly don't know what to do because I don't. No amendment on the table for reaching out to all 9. I guess I'll say yes.
Counselor Carmody?
Yes.
Counselor Fishbein?
Yes.
Counselor Laffin?
Yes.
Counselor Marone?
No.
Counselor Tata?
No.
Counselor Testa? Yes. Counselor Zandri?
Yes.
And Chairman Cervoni.
Yes. Motion passes. I guess I will reach out to the committee via email tomorrow morning.
Happy to do it for you if you want.
There being no further business on the agenda, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, I adjourn the meeting.